Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another live stream of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and video game news. Today is Friday, September 22nd. So I've spent the past couple days playing a game called Never Alone. It has a secondary subtitle that is in a First Nations Eskimo language. Nanupuit, I think, is the name of the tribe. Although part of my criticism of the game is that it really does a fairly bad job of defining some of the words that are used in their language, and it does a real bad job of explaining like how they're labeling people in these interviews that they call cultural insights in the game, that are just live action videos that you would almost expect it to be a hour-long PBS documentary instead of a video game. And honestly, it almost certainly would have been a better experience if it had been an hour-long documentary instead of a video game. At a certain level, this is just like public funding. The difference then being that you have the Nanuit tribe publicly funding it instead of the United States government publicly funding it. And yeah, the game in itself is just a platformer that isn't terrible, but it's average, I would say. I played a little off screen, by the way, and that's why some of these daily quests have already been done. Let's just clear out everything here, and then we'll start from zero. So yeah, you have this average platforming game. There's a few difficulty spikes in it, but nothing too crazy that would drive your average player to rage quit. And the game itself has like one main story that's about 4 hours long, and then one extra story that's about an hour long. So you're at best getting about 5 hours of experience, being speed bumped and disrupted every time you find a cultural insight video, because it's just right in the middle of the game that it pops up those cultural insights, and you really should watch them to have any kind of understanding, or even a slight understanding of or extra understanding of what's going on. Even at that, it's not like the cultural insight videos are long enough to explain things, or done well enough to explain things. So I was almost with every single video thinking, oh, this really should be longer. It should be a couple minutes longer, or even twice the length, so that they would go into more detail. It's very surface level. Here's one sentence to explain what could have been an entire paragraph of stuff. And as I was playing the extra section, there's kind of just a lot of nepotism there, in that almost everybody being interviewed is a direct descendant of the person whose story they are retelling. It would have been a story passed on, I assume, through verbal telling, and eventually it got put in the book, because they show a picture of a book. But the story itself, particularly in the DLC, is rather short, and even the main game story is rather short. Then you also have what I can only just assume is this desire to be more woke slash cover up sexism that probably does exist amongst the Nanupuit people. There is kind of some obvious gender roles, it seems like, looking at the historical footage, in that none of the adult women seem to be allowed to hunt, and none of the adult men seem to be allowed to not hunt. And so in the game, you have a story that changes one traditional story where it was a man going to leaving his tribe to find out why the blizzards were happening, to a little girl with a magical helper fox, and maybe the fox was in the original story, maybe not, but yeah, they change a man to a little girl. And then in the extra story, it's clearly the story is two brothers, one who is good at swimming, one who is good at hunting, and they say it like directly. And so to switch the two brothers to the same 3D model of the little girl from the main story and the fox, it's just like having really no real respect for even your own traditional story that you're trying to tell. You're just bending over backwards for that, and it's not like they even thought of a creative reason or excuse as to why that might be the case. Like, a little girl is reading a book, she falls asleep, and then she imagines herself in these traditional tales and gets sucked into the book, which that's a pretty easy narrative way to say, hey, this is why the character is depicted this way, when the truth is they had already made the 3D model of the little girl, which arguably they just shouldn't have done. And again, that smacks that there isn't a good enough story in their culture starring a little girl for them to have picked. Not sure how this deck is really supposed to work, but let's see what happens here. I guess maybe that's scarier than it seems. In a lot of ways, there might be some small advantage to having, I'm going to use the word Eskimo, but Eskimos never, I mean, First Nation tribes never use the word Eskimo. It is an insult term. But they actually do use the word in one of the interviews once. They say Eskimo football, but they never refer to themselves as that. But it's either do that or mispronounce Nanupuyot over and over again. You know what? It probably is better just to mispronounce it and try, instead of reverting to what is effectively much closer to saying redskin than saying Native American. But yeah, I could see there being some advantage of being snowed in during the winter in Alaska, in that area, and having that extra time to become a programmer and program video games. But there's just so many other disadvantages that the idea of having a video game company in that area doesn't really make the most sense. And I think, frankly, it probably should just be a little less narcissistic, and they should just make your average video game, your average fantasy-based video game. This is something that would be much more comprehensible, commonplace, just sellable in general. It comes off very much like the public funding to make a video game is potentially the idea that they're trying to make a video game just to convince their own next generation of kids to stay in the culture of the Nanupuyot people, and it's a pretty bad sell, I think, in general. And we see the same thing as far as like on the reservations in mainland United States, is that living the traditional way is not particularly appealing to too many people. Even when you look at like the Amish, that they are, I guess, very close to living a traditional way of the way the white settlers of Christopher Columbus would have been. But the Amish lifestyle is incredibly unappealing, and even amongst their own group, they lose quite a bit of people to living a more modern lifestyle, leaving during Rumspringa. And the video game is certainly not really going to change that. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do, but since I have 3 of these, let's start with that. See what this does. Lets me draw a card. Interesting. Once per turn, you can detach a material, add 1 level, 1 winged beast from your deck to your hand. So I guess the idea is potentially you need to get another 3 cards here attached to it in the next turn, and then it would be an 1800, which is still particularly low, and it wouldn't be till like the 3rd time that you start to get a fairly powerful monster. Yeah, I don't know if there's really that much criticism of Never Alone as a game, other than to say it's an average platforming game that easily could have not existed, as much as maybe there's more criticism on the cultural insights in the documentary and the information, the lack of detail in the information. It definitely feels like they could have made a much longer game telling several different stories instead of just the 1 main story and 1 extra short story. They could have easily had several short stories. One of the things that I found fairly irritating is that they talk about drumming for like half a second and just like their cultural drum circle songs, and you see a guy drumming for maybe a minute, when really I would have preferred that over the credits, for the entirety of the credits, 5-10 minutes, you would have a full performance of the drummer doing a full song, because yeah, that would kind of work. Yeah, I think that would have worked fairly nicely. And there's just a lot of elements like that where it's all fairly surface level coverage, and there's just not enough of that happening. Just don't get what I'm supposed to be doing here. Seems like everything you have is level 1. Let's try this card. See if this works now. Just draw another card. Polymerization. See, I don't get it though. This just like lets me directly attack with 1200, which is something, but really isn't enough. Yeah, I guess at that point I just kind of want to say, I don't want to say anything more about Never Alone. Like, the name is confusing because you actually are alone, unless you include the fox and the spirits around you. You see a lot of spirits that help you. It definitely feels like throughout the game the spirits should have been sub-bosses, and then you would have potentially even like drummed to settle the spirits or get the spirits on your side, and you don't. You just have the spirits as helpers from the beginning. You don't have to really win them over to your side. It's weird that in a culture where hunting is really a big thing, that you've got to hunt, you've got to have that meat and fat to just survive, particularly surviving throughout the winter when you're going to be snowed in. That there's just no hunting mechanic in the game at all, and you just aren't killing animals for food. You're not being attacked by animals enough. You are attacked by like a polar bear, but you just run away from it several times. Like, you're given a bola's weapon, which is, I don't think, really a traditional weapon that they would use to hunt most animals. They mostly hunt with traps and, I imagine, knives and spears. The bolas is really a secondary weapon, and even in that, you're not really using the bolas very often to attack any living creature. You're instead using it for puzzle solving and secondary reasons, hitting walls of ice, things like that. At a certain level, it also is the kind of game, and this is the problem that I think we're gonna constantly run into until enough people just stumble over it and cross over that line, in that you have, say, Chinese game developers who want to make games based on their cultures, or the Chinese government is kind of forcing them or heavily twisting their arm to make games based off of the great Chinese novels, The Romance of the Three Kingdoms, The Legend of the Monkey King, things like that. Pretty much those two things over and over again. And that's just not relevant. It's been done to death. Nobody outside of China cares. Well, outside of Asia at least cares. And it just has not worked. Plus, it hasn't really helped Chinese game developers do a great job at becoming it really hasn't done a great job at becoming a country that can develop good games. They're just constantly making mobile games and garbage games and the same repetitive MMOs. And so then you eventually just have this reputation you earn as a Chinese game developer, in which Chinese games are just thought of as being cheap, as not being on the same level, and it's just not a good situation. Same thing with like Russian games. Any game I see with Chinese or Russian in the language is more suspect in my mind on Steam than any game with any other language. And we've had a recent Indian game, Raji, I believe was the name of it, that was the first Indian-based video game company, and that game also wasn't great. So you just run this risk of there not being that many games made by other countries and other companies, and it's just not really comparing to the decades of experience that the West in general, the UK, the United States, Canada, and Japan have had as far as developing games. So yeah, it's really not your best foot forward, and unfortunately that's just exactly how it always would be too, is that you are going to need these smaller cultures, these smaller countries, to have to work twice as hard in half the amount of time, and probably a lot more than even that, to catch up effectively from where they once were. So I'm gonna make this one gain 3 times its attack. Then we're gonna take this and then target these two and merge them together, and I guess that's the trick. You just gotta be careful what you're clicking on. There. Even at that though, that's still not enough attack to win. But yeah, I feel like there were some major missteps that you could learn from Never Alone. Never Alone is also one of those games where mainstream video game journalists just praise it because they want to seem like they're being diverse, when arguably, I mean, it's very possible that everything was in Never Alone is propaganda or being filtered between 1 or 2 executive producers who are all related. I'm not sure that there's as much a culture in the Nanyoput tribe as much as there's just a couple of families getting down to being closer to a cult, or really, because there's just so few of them that are being shown, and I imagine there's so few of them that exist at all. But yeah, I'd say first of all, don't make a video game. Like, video games cost the most, or take the most effort, and it is a level where you need to have a really good justification and a really good reason why it needs to be interactive. When clearly, in the case of Never Alone, this was supposed to be an educational experience where they were going to monologue or dialogue to you. They were going to tell you a story. So in the case of telling a story or retelling a story, it would have made a lot more sense if it was a animated movie. Instead, you could have taken the same Unity animations and just done a better job of directly representing what the story was, and then put it on the indie circuit, and that would have been almost certainly better. The platforming aspect didn't really do anything for the game. If you took all the cultural insight and the Nanyoput story out, and it was just a platforming game, it wouldn't be, say, better than Limbo, which obviously it's taking some inspiration from Limbo. And in the case of Limbo, in comparison, Limbo really doesn't tell much of a story. It has a kind of big reveal that you mostly intuit at the very end of the game, Otherwise, it is more of just you are given challenges and then you have to puzzle your way out of those challenges. And then there's just more criticism that I would have of it as a documentary, as far as just not having a good definition, not having good interviewers. The whole system just needed more work and more polish. It would have almost certainly made more sense to fly in a more professional documentarian to start the whole process and do the interviews and do the research. It feels like the documentarians were probably too close to the research and too close to the subject, and that probably is a huge no-no at some level. Maybe that stops being as big of a deal. But here it definitely didn't work well. Let's go ahead and win. And yeah, even though I said I wanted to stop it talking about Never Alone 5-10 minutes ago, I will say I also have bent over backwards to play the game, because I have, from the outside looking in, wanted to play the game. Then there's basically, this is the one game where you have a First Nations Eskimo character, when if you really were going to make a game around living in that environment, which there's a really good thought around the idea of making a game around that environment, you probably would want to make it just a fairly highly polished survival game that was a little bit asset flippy, but not so asset flippy that it falls into a category in which people would immediately recognize that. Like, almost every survival game, you're in tropical weather, you're on some island, or in some desert, or in some forest. Having someone trapped in snow and having to survive there is a very different experience. And if you take it the next step and don't just have it be a generic survival game, you then potentially even go the next step. You can go the next step and have more of a narrative experience. By having more of a narrative experience while surviving, then you have a proper game instead of just a survival game. I have no idea. No idea whatsoever which cards I'm really should be trying to target here. See, I just don't know why you would... I think if you've got 3 level monsters, you should summon the 3 level monsters. Well, this one actually gains more attack. And this one gains more attack. Alright, so let's start with this. it might be a little rough, certainly, to make a game where you're part of the Nanuet tribe and you're whaling. People are not super happy around whaling, although they are for the most part whaling as their only industry, as their only way of surviving. But yeah, hunting polar bears and seals, well, you know, there's probably a lot of issues there, certainly, that if you started hunting, if you're clubbing seals and things, people would be unhappy about that. You can, in my coverage, I got into some deeper thoughts, certainly too, as far as just, is this really even a culture that should survive? Because at a certain level, it's just so incredibly dangerous to be living in Alaska, to be trying to raise your tribe, your children in Alaska, to raising them to really only know how to focus and then really only know how to hunt, and then plateauing as far as your tribe's knowledge at that point. There's no room for deeper sciences and like learning programming and things like that. You're spending all your time hunting and learning just to hunt. It's an incredibly conservative, in the general term, culture where they don't want anything to change, while also it being a culture that's incredibly dangerous, and just not as amenity filled as your average United States mainland person's life is. So there is a real question as far as maybe it is a culture that where it's time to just have all the grandparents write down their stories and make that final report, that sealed record of this is what our culture was before, and no longer can it be that way. We've just got to embrace the future, embrace technology, embrace things that weren't relevant when we were just focusing on hunting. There's really very little reason that they need to live in Alaska. Now, at some point, due to climate change, it might make a lot of sense for more people to live up north in Alaska. And I find it, I guess it's just the permafrost is too hard to dig in, but it's a little weird that you wouldn't have entire like tunnel systems under the ground and live outside of the windy, cold, dry surface. But yeah, part of what a game like that probably is trying to sell is that this is a culture that should be preserved, at least to its own members, and I just don't think it is a particularly good sales pitch. Of course, that may heavily just devolve into how, using the general term of conservative and progressives, you personally are, where defining conservative as people who want things to stay exactly the same, and progressives as people who want everything to change, and neither one of those are to that extreme are obviously going to be the right choice. But it was also, I guess, to wrap up, yet another example of a game where I could get down to just good old-fashioned video game criticism, to have actual insight and to actually have something to say, or to enjoy learning things to then form an opinion and say something. So, yeah. I did enjoy it from that aspect. instead of what a lot of games late before then that I've covered where it is just a lot of grind and a lot of nothing to say. And so I'll try and move forward to continue to do that. I also need to figure out a way to be better, to get my macro to be more robust and better, because I really am, as I'm scheduling videos with the scheduling macro, that's the one I'm talking about. Although in all fairness, my news macro also needs some tweaks, because it's not running correctly either 100% of the time. But yeah, I need to schedule videos, and I need to get the robustness severely improved so that when videos are scheduled, they're actually getting scheduled to the other websites. I also have recognized that I need to install Nightbot and figure out how this is going to work, so that Nightbot would give me a summary of what people are chatting when I'm streaming. I don't have the chat up. I don't want the chat up when I'm streaming on Twitch. But I know people are commenting, and I know I'm getting a few viewers here and there, and so I'd like to see what people are saying after the fact and kind of review that. Maybe that would help inform me a little bit. Almost certainly, though, I would say, I imagine 99% of all the comments on all my streams so far have been bots, spammers, and I would almost certainly assume that there hasn't been a real human only 1 out of 100 times actually commenting, because I'm not getting that many viewers, and that is, I think, the nasty secret of Twitch. Even if I'd been doing Twitch for 10 years, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of the live streams I did is averaging 3 or 4 people. Because that's just not really how Twitch works. Twitch, way more than YouTube even, highlights the biggest streamers and the biggest streams and tries to push their entire communities into the biggest streams. That's the whole idea of the raids too, is to grow this large community of people in chat and then push them all together in the same place, where you have I think you have much more eyes looking at videos on YouTube in general, and I think the YouTube algorithm is just a little bit more diverse in what it's suggesting, because there's just a whole bunch of different types of videos you're making on YouTube, whereas Twitch is exclusively games, and almost exclusively new games. The top 10 games are what people are interested in. Let's see. Let's go ahead and start going through the video game news here. Embracer has said it is open to divesting studios, confirms more closures on the horizon. On the divestment side, there's a strong, vibrant market with many active players. In this, there's also a story where 2K has refused to comment as far as whether they would want to acquire Gearbox. At a certain level, I think 2K might be willing to acquire Gearbox, as in the original Gearbox office in Frisco, Texas, but may have very little interest in paying extra money for Gearbox in Quebec or Toronto. I think there's actually 2 Gearbox offices in Canada, let alone I think there might even be a Gearbox that was opened up in one of the Asian countries too. So if it gets bundled with, you have to buy 3 or even a couple unproven offices just to get the one somewhat proven office that made Borderlands, that's asking a lot. inherently also, there's the caveat that if you were to buy Gearbox, are you getting the Gearbox movie production company too, and are you getting Randy Pitchford? Because I don't think Gearbox wants either one of those either, which really just overprices Gearbox. Like, Embracer as a company may have been the only company stupid enough to buy Gearbox as it had bloated itself and grown. On top of that, it's also just worth pointing out that 2K already owns Borderlands. They can have an internal company make a new Borderlands at any point they want to. They can have a different second party company make Borderlands at any point they want to. They wholly own that license. And that is the only thing that Gearbox really has going for it, is the thought that it will be the company that makes the next Borderlands, which is not a guarantee by any means. The only other thing Gearbox really has is, like, they own Duke Nukem, and they did the Duke Nukem 3D remake. And then they've tried to be a publisher and kind of failed at that, and that's about it. I'd also say Gearbox of today is not the Gearbox that made Borderlands 1. It just doesn't have that same mentality or ideas, and it is perhaps one of the few examples of actually going woke and going broke over a very long time. And they are far from broke even now, so it has yet to be proven, but the edgelord teenager comedic mentality that Borderlands 1 has really gone away to a more rah-rah feminism. Let's try and make Borderlands actually a serious game experience. The voice actor for Scooter and thus the character for Scooter is out the window. The midgets are no longer around or mentioned. Everything is heavily focused on Tiny Tina, whereas they've probably evolved Tiny Tina too much to be a character instead of being a joke, which is all the characters really should have been jokes. They killed off Roland, and Roland was, again, supposed to be a joke archetype of a soldier character in a video game, not the tragic character that gets killed off and solidifies the entire team to be more serious. Let's see. Moving on, GameDeveloper.com says Valve has shared its early 2024 Steam event calendar to help devs prep for sales, which it usually just leaks these out, so it seems like Valve may have finally decided to say, hey, let's just stop letting these be leaked, and instead let's just put them out officially. There's a shoot 'em up sale that they announced on their YouTube channel, and this is like the second announcement that just has the lady presenter, which makes me think that she has won the rat race effectively to be the new voice of Valve, since Gabe Newell is old and really doesn't need to be the voice of Valve, and really has just been this pointless figurehead for too long. But my concern certainly with that is that Valve at some point will just turn on a dime and decide she isn't going to be the voice and the figurehead and the presenter of Valve, and she potentially will just leave the company or be fired, and then Valve will be back to being the faceless corporate ladder structureless thing it claims to be, or at least it tries to appear to be. Like there really isn't a good here is Larry Herb, Major Nelson, the person in charge of Xbox. Example, in Valve, you have Gaben presented like he is the guy who owns and is in charge of Valve, but I'm not sure he even has a controlling share in Valve. Not 100% sure, at least. But yeah, it also seems like they're speeding up sales here, in that you've got a festival in January, at the beginning of January, and then at the end of January, and then 2 for February, and then another one crossing over from February to March, and then the spring sale is going to be the major seasonal sale, and then another fest, just like a week later. Which, that's not the worst idea ever, is that you probably should have a case where there's always a more structured reason that you might go back to Steam and buy something via sale. If Amazon.com, say, every week had a different sale, and so 1 week was books, 1 week was movies, 1 week was light bulbs or house supplies. I mean, you could. There's so many different categories that Amazon is selling. That is, you could have a different sale every week and convince people to come back and buy something almost every week. Speaking of Amazon Prime Video is going to add ads, which it probably was pretty obvious. The writing was on the wall, since almost all of the content in Amazon Prime Video recently has been added to Freemium and their free paid tier. And so the only way now that you could avoid watching ads while watching Prime Video is to pay, I think it's another $2.90 a month, which that's probably a tough sell. Like, it would severely boil down to just how many things you're actually watching on Prime Video, and what Prime Video really has is questionable. And you wonder why so many people get ad blockers on YouTube, and this is the exact reason. If anything, just sponsor block, where it's automatically skipping over the segments in things like Linus Tech Tips is kind of a great example. Like, Linus Tech Tips usually has at least one sponsor and usually a reference to the LTT store too, so there's usually 2, maybe even 3 ads in every Linus Tech Tips video, which I guess I'm still watching Linus Tech Tips, despite the controversy there. They've actually did a fairly good job of just ignoring that controversy and letting it die down. There wasn't enough people who cared or had fervor around it for it to stay around as a controversy. But yeah, having sponsor block, just straight up skip sponsored segments, is saving significant amounts of time for me. It is really saving me. Per 20-minute video, you're saving 2 or 3 minutes of ads, and while it is a little abrupt that you'll just get this hard jump cut from one part of a YouTube video to another, it's also very nice to just live in a world where people aren't wasting your time trying to sell you the same VPN service you've seen a million times over, and there's just no reason why the millionth or the billionth time I've heard about a VPN service, NordVPN, I guess maybe not be that popular these days, but I'm just gonna say no to it. So yeah, to get back to Steam sales, I would imagine it's probably somewhat helpful to also ignore a lot of these Steam sales. The spring sale, the fall sale that's about to happen, the fall winter sales, one of those sales tends to be good enough discounts to actually spend some money and buy video games. Summer sale tends to be the biggest one throughout the year to buy video games, but it's only if you really need more video games, and I'm not sure I do. Although right now there is another story where Valve has made the claim, and I guess it's up to your own opinion as far as how much you trust them, that they don't foresee making another Steam Deck for a few years, which I think that may very well kill the Steam Deck as a concept. By the time 18 months happens from now, almost certainly there will be a Steam Deck-like competitor ripoff that is reasonably priced, competitively priced to the Steam Deck, that does have slightly better internal design or slightly better battery life, storage, things like that. I seriously don't feel like the Steam Deck was perfectly designed in its first go around. That's kind of crazy to think it would be. So a mid-season, mid-generation refresh equivalent for the Steam Deck is really called for. For the most part, probably just for battery life and just repairability. But then I guess at a certain point, if that's the only thing that really needs to be fixed is a better battery and repairability, then maybe the Steam Deck as it is fine. Like there's a lot more aspirational things as far as just better cooling, better CPU, GPU power than necessary things to improve on the Steam Deck, unless they're going to drastically change their input. And honestly, if they made something that was like the Steam Deck without a touchpad, then there's enough of an argument there to then not call it the Steam Deck and call it something different, and still be technically not lying about the idea of not making a new Steam Deck for several years. But yeah, that definitely, I think, should probably pull the trigger if you've been waiting. Like 20% off, I think right now for the Steam Deck now would be a decent time to buy one. If you can get a refurb one even cheaper than that, I think that probably is a case where you should buy the cheapest one and not go super crazy with the extra amenities. There is also just a possibility that you get a Steam Deck and it just doesn't work for you. Embracer Group says it spends more money on platforms than game development. Lars Wingfors thinks revenue programs like Epic Games' First Run program can help developers reduce the cost of bringing games to storefronts. Yep, here's that story I was talking about earlier. Take-Two is refusing to be drawn in whether it's a potential Gearbox suitor, but CEO Strauss Zelnick of Take-Two calls the Borderlands studio a wonderful company following reports it might be up for sale, which is almost like the perfect way to say, alright, we like the company, we'll say nice things about it, but I'm not going to hurt our negotiating point as far as internal negotiations. Unfortunately here, I think I'm gonna just have to surrender and then pause the recording because I'm gonna have to run to the bathroom. Let's see. Let's go ahead and just do that. Otherwise, this is gonna just get worse and worse. We're making decent progress through this event. Alright, so what was I doing before? Yeah, I was doing the Duel live before, and so we can just do that. We can let that autoplay, and I'll pause the recording. I'll be back in like 20 minutes. There we go. Okay, I'm back. So, yeah. Alright, let's back. That gets the daily quest as far as watching Duel live done. And we still have several daily quests that could use some more work. And several festival things to do. So, let's hop in, back in and play. You can spice it up here, I guess, and choose a different deck. Tokyo Game Show is happening, to get back to video game news, at the moment, so the Sense of Wonder night of 2023 also happened, and they were giving out awards, which I guess isn't exclusive for Japanese regions, because there's a game called Tiny Drive that won the Audience Award Grand Prix, a game called Give Me Toilet Paper that won the Semi Grand Prix for Audience Award, the Best Arts Award given to a game called Odd Ada, and that's from Germany. Best Game Design World Award is called It's a Wrap from France, and then Best Presentation Award for Stories from Seoul, the Gung Dog from the UK. And then I don't know if these games here won an award or not. But obviously these are kind of indie games that I've never heard of, so there's, I suppose, a bit of a limiting factor there. Oh, I screwed up terribly. I didn't realize the magic thing was going to let me summon these into attack position. Although, actually I think that worked fairly well. You can place this face up in the pendulum zone. Let's see if this works. Just trying to learn here. Put this here. Face up defense mode. Then don't put that in the pendulum zone. Yep, that seemed to work very well. Let's see. The company Virtuous has opened a Tokyo studio to strengthen relationship with Japanese developers. Quote, our team is looking forward to supporting Japanese developers on both creative and technical needs. It'd be really helpful when they mention a company's name in these sites, that there would be a pop-up or a hover over to tell you what they've actually worked on. It collaborated, I guess, on Final Fantasy X, X-2, and Final Fantasy XII, the Zodiac Age. So I guess that's where you would know Virtuous. I've heard of Virtuous, certainly, but there's just a mess of names of companies, development companies in my mind. Probably close to 2,000 or 3,000 video game companies, even though there's not actually, well, I mean, if I think there's probably about 3,000 games on Steam worth mentioning, then that there is probably closer to only 1,500 names of video game companies that are in my head. It could be a lot lower than that. Regardless, anything over 100 it's impossible to keep it all straight as far as what company worked on what, and getting into the deeper weeds of what company worked on what at what time, because there could have been significant changes in what the makeup of that company was if they made a game 10 years ago, for example. Atari is a great example of that, in that the Atari that made E.T. for the Atari 30, 40 years ago, possibly closer to 50 or 60 years ago, really, 1970, yeah, or early 80s, that Atari has long since completely become a different company with completely different workers and gone bankrupt and been bought out several times. And the same is somewhat true for Nintendo, but perhaps Nintendo has been the one company that has been the most consistent, in that you had Shigeru Miyamoto around making Super Mario Bros. 1, and you still have Shigeru Miyamoto around being involved in the development of Super Mario Odyssey. Although everybody under Shigeru Miyamoto is effectively a nameless drone who's not gained any credit for what they've actually worked on, and all of the second party companies, of which a lot of Nintendo games are developed by, go very uncredited, if not literally uncredited, figuratively uncredited. Here's that story, just to get it completely accurate, from Video Games Chronicle. Valve doesn't expect to launch a Steam Deck 2 in the next couple years. Quote, I think we're pretty good on the horsepower front. Yeah. Horsepower really isn't the thing. It would be like tilt mechanics, vibration, haptic feedback, better speaker placement, better speakers, less bezel on the screen. It's all just the little things that a second pass potentially could do that would be interesting, but not 100% necessary. Hall effect sensors, different layout on the input. The horsepower element, as far as CPU and GPU and the amount of RAM even, is all really going to come down to a case of users of the Steam Deck potentially trying to play brand new games and just struggling to play brand new games at all, even at lower rates, and then Steam getting some survey information from Steam Deck users through telemetrics and like the Steam hardware survey to see that people are struggling to play the AAA games and actually trying to play the brand new AAA games on the Steam Deck. And there is also certainly a point here where the desire to have a lot more space in the Steam Deck really comes from a desire to have multiple big games installed, or desire to have massive amounts of small games installed. And by small games, you're usually, I think, going to lean into the idea of having a semi-complete collection, curated collection of ROMs. And yeah, even at that, it's not until you start getting to like PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2 games that the individual ROMs are that big. The idea of a Steam Deck dock and a hard drive plugged into a Steam Deck dock probably works just as well. I'm trying to get to the refurbished Steam Deck page. Yeah. Let's see where we are with that. So far I haven't learned this new loaner deck. So yeah, here's the refurbished thing. We can see the 64 gigabyte refurbished right now is out of stock, so I probably should have pulled the trigger there and gotten that. Let's see. Really quick, check my library's compatibility. Here's the factory new link. So, as far as compatible games, you still have this weirdness. Let's see if this works. I'm hoping this is the spell card I played before. Nope, it isn't. Odd eyes, odd eyes. Target one other face-up card you control. Well, I don't have another face-up card I control, so can't do that. So, like, the compatibility as far as deck-verified games highlights games you've launched recently, which means games you've pretty much already played. So, it's not super helpful, really, on that aspect to go this way. I would have to just click show more, show more, show more until I get to a game that I recognize I haven't actually launched or played. Did we ever get a sequel to Submerged on Steam? I don't think we have. Each one of these rows is 5, so if I kept count. Did I install and play Simulacra? I don't feel like I played that. I must have run it on accident. But I also haven't run this. Haven't run this. I may have played this. But yeah, it seems like maybe the stop is here, and these are the new games that I haven't run. Not particularly new games, but games I own that I haven't run. Which I probably should just play. Dishonored, Death of the Outsider, My Lovely Daughter. This is a different visual way, certainly, to... I should play this, too. If it's what I think it is, I'm not sure. But yeah, there's... kind of would like a number per se, though, instead of just a long list of compatible things. Then you have a lot of games that would take a little bit of extra effort to play. And then you have a long list of games that are just completely incompatible and probably would never be compatible. Although things like Indiana Jones and Fate of Atlantis and really seems like that should work fully. OBS Studio in some level should work fully. No More Heroes and some of the Lego Worlds should work fully. Pinball. There are some disappointments here. Of course, if you have companies moving away from Unity, which I don't think we have a lot of Unity news today. It is certainly weird when I was playing Never Alone that was yet another Unity game, and so it's kind of weird. But if you have companies like the developers of this game moving away from Unity, and they're going to remake their games into the Godot engine, all of a sudden there might be this case where you have a situation where games that are getting updated anyways just gain some level of compatibility. I doubt that that's really how it's going to go down, though. I heavily suspect what will happen is we will instead see a situation where it's really low effort porting. Yeah, this page is fairly useless. And in fact, I know it's fairly useless because there is a much better way for me to see what games I have and get a full count. Let's try this and hope that this works. How come I can't pendulum summon this? Just constantly, I guess, add things here. Move things around. Thought that was a 4-star. Why can I not summon it? Maybe because I summoned that. I didn't think I had summoned that, but whatever. Well, that sucks. Think I'm screwed here. Probably should stop playing after this game. Just otherwise I run the risk of it being this stream getting really long. Okay, let's see. Is my libraries first. See, yeah. So it's just more, instead of going to that web page, it's just easier to have this Steam Deck library that I've already made, which has 915 games in it, and this highlights the beauty of potentially having a software running in your own computer instead of a website that's going to just tell you to click for more, click for more, click for more. Plus, this is alphabetical, and it then highlights series of games a lot better than that. Now, one of the things I'm still keeping an eye out for as far as the Steam Deck is just how many games inherently are kid friendly. And you see like Costume Quest 2, Crazy Taxi, those are all fairly kid friendly, but it's not like my collection of Steam games in general is curated to be that kid friendly, nor is it really a case that there is actually a significant amount of kid-friendly games on Steam compared to, say, Nintendo Switch, where most of those games are targeted towards kids. There's a decent amount, but I would have to certainly hand curate and hand pick what games to play, and you'd have to be careful and understand the game so you don't look at something like Higurashi When They Cry, which is a horror anime visual novel series, but looks cutesy for its thematic style. Or even Honey Pop, which is a mature sex game that looks cartoony, and you could easily see ignorant parents. Even like It'll Do Too and It'll Do, kind of challenging games. Not anything super inappropriate as far as the content in it, but a little challenging. Of course, the Lego collection, if you've got a ton of Lego games, can solve part of the adult content issue of just there being a lack of kids games on Steam. I really have gone out of my way to purchase and cover kids games on my channel and try to be as diverse as far as age ranges of types of games I play. But even with that, there's severe limitations, as far as how far you can go. And at a certain point, you really are just going to, depending on the age of the kid you might want to hand the Steam Deck to, which is a fairly expensive device, you're definitely limiting what they can play by severe numbers. 80-90% of all the games in a parent's Steam account that you can family share to a kid, which technically on Steam they have to be 13 or older to have an account, so I don't know how you're even really supposed to do that. But yeah, I can see 80-90% of your games just being not shared. We had the new announcements for the Tomb Raider games, which gives us a potential fresh reboot to play Tomb Raider, since most of these games are very difficult to get running and not really playable. Plus, the naming convention makes it kind of take more research time to figure out what order to play things in. I almost want to play The Vanishing of Ethan Carter again after playing Dear Esther, but I have had that growing feeling, certainly, in that I've wanted to go and play some games a second time, a third time for my channel, and I'm really just having to work very hard to not have that occur, because I still have plenty of games to cover. 915 games for the price of perhaps $400 to buy a Steam Deck, which, yeah, they've updated the main Steam Deck page here, so yeah, $400 for the cheapest version. I don't know if there's a discount happening right now, though. Up to 20% off on certified refurbished, and then $90 for the docking station, which, yeah, I don't know if you really need that default docking station when you could have cheaper ones on Amazon. Notably, when that spins around, though, like, there's a USB here where you would probably want to plug in an external hard drive, and I'm not sure that there's a great system to transfer things over automatically. And the SteamOS element is still a big deal too. There's a lot of room for improvement there. But yeah, I would much prefer to pay $320 for a refurbished 64 gigabyte at the moment. Start off cheap, make sure you know you like it, then do the personal upgrade yourself later if you want to go up to 256 or 512 and risk taking it apart, because I think I can be careful enough to change it. It's fairly difficult, I think, to probably change the battery on the Steam Deck, so a year from now it's going to become less and less of a smart move to buy a refurbished Steam Deck. Probably bearing the lead quite a bit here in that the CMA, the authority in the UK, has approved Microsoft's restructured Activision Blizzard deal, provisionally approved it. So it is my understanding that the big leaks of Microsoft's information were from court filings back when the FTC actually was still trying to sue and stop the process of the FTC trying to sue and stop the merger was going on. Since that point, I think the FTC has already been ruled against it, and I do think they could try and continue the process and sue and stop the merger, but they're not going to get that preliminary injunction to slow things down, so the merger, I think, can go forward between those two decisions. I don't think there's any more speed bumps happening here. Now, it's weird here that this GameDeveloper.com article is showing some kind of handheld controller thing as its screenshot, because that really doesn't connect too much to this headline. I guess the subheadline here is that the restructured deal includes that they would give over streaming rights to Ubisoft, I assume in the UK exclusively, and then Ubisoft will just have streaming rights, and that's that. I don't even know what this device is. It doesn't look terrible as a device, but it's almost certainly streaming games and not running them natively. You'd think it would say, like, pictured here is an example device, or pictured here is this device. But yeah, seems like everything has worked out well enough for Microsoft, other than Microsoft got huge leaks on its information and potentially is going to change a bunch of stuff now just so that the leaks don't hurt them. One of the things that I saw on YouTube is DF Retro made a special video talking about the leaks, and one of the things they talked about as they're pouring through a lot of leaks, a lot of emails and things, is how there was a distinctive claim and belief in one of the emails that the Xbox Series X would be 20-30% more powerful as far as just hardware, CPU, GPU, compared to the PlayStation 5, and yet it is almost exactly equal as far as performance on the PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X. So that extra hardware is just not being utilized, and I don't know if that isn't really more Microsoft's fault than they would like it to be, in that it is perhaps just more difficult to develop something to run on Xbox than it is the PlayStation 5, because DirectX is not optimized enough these days, or because the Windows operating system that is running embedded on the Xbox is not optimized. The pause and resume feature on the Xbox is effectively running a sandbox virtual machine of the Xbox each time, so there's like potentially multiple Xboxes virtual machines being run on that one piece of hardware, and maybe that is losing that 10-20% performance that they should have physically. It could just be driver optimizations too, but inherently Microsoft needs to optimize better, because they definitely should have been winning on performance just because of how terrible it was for the PlayStation 3, but I guess maybe with the PlayStation 4, PlayStation had figured out how to optimize there. I think the operating system for PlayStation, PS4 and PS5 is based off of a BSD Linux-like operating system, so there may just be more optimization there, but there may also be higher level optimizations of, say, Unreal Engine running a lot of games on the PlayStation 5 and just being a smoother performant experience there. Also, Microsoft can lose in a lot of categories, but it should not be losing in computer optimization, hardware optimization. And that thought that it is losing, even though it's a more powerful system, technically speaking, only highlights and exacerbates the idea of them potentially moving to a RISC-V instruction set instead of sticking to an AMD 64 instruction set. If anything, the game consoles might want to make their own instruction set that's 128 bits and just get back to the idea of increasing the bit amount. But yeah, in reality, I'm not sure a 128-bit floating point number would ever actually be useful in video games. It would be for like physics calculations to more accurately calculate the way water flows or hair flows in the wind. Things like that would be a reason you would need 128-bit floating point numbers. I don't think 128-bit integers help much of anything either, because you really are just getting to the point where maybe something like Starfield could go crazy and they could use a 128-bit integer to give a unique number for every piece of cheese in the universe of Starfield. But why bother? Why not optimize that or fake that instead of drastically improving your hardware and increasing the cost for your hardware? And that would be part of the argument maybe to go to RISC, is that more processors, if games get better at parallel processing, which they really aren't great at parallel processing in the way that they're developed, but more processors at slower speeds may very well be helpful, more helpful than less processors at higher speeds. Although my own personal opinion would be having 2 to 4 performance cores that can go to 4 gigahertz is better than having 16 performance cores that can go to 3.5 gigahertz, because those extra couple performance cores are just not going to be used as often. The efficiency cores, though, in my mind, I'm not sure how you use or optimize those in game development at all. They may be completely useless as an idea if they're running at like 400 megahertz compared to 3.5 gigahertz or 4 gigahertz. If they're 10 times as slow, what can you do with an efficiency core other than perhaps put the entire system to sleep? And at that point, couldn't you just underclock the performance core down to 400 megahertz to put it to a hybrid sleep situation, which is what computers do these days? Yeah, you would think maybe if you had a bunch of NPCs and several NPCs were being run by efficiency cores, that might mean something. That might be a way of optimizing, but in practical programming, it's almost certainly never going to happen. Yep. That's the problem with performance cores and efficiency cores and just multiple core programming in general. It's really important to point this out, is tend not to be taught how to optimize code for multiple cores at all. Like, the idea of having multiple cores at all when I was programming was just not a thing. I was programming on probably 486 processors that maybe could have a math coprocessor, but you wouldn't really assume that or program for that. And as far as I remember, a 486 processor would have been a single core processor. One core, one thread. Everything happening after one step, happening exactly after the next step. The way you would do multiple core processing and programming is almost certainly you're going to install some asynchronous header library, and then you're going to let the header library try and figure it out, or the hardware itself is going to have firmware on it where it tries to run your code in multiple cores and try and figure it out, and there will be zero optimization as far as how that happens. As far as like people from Unity going to the Godot engine, it would be interesting if I had the time to investigate how difficult or how helpful is developing multiple core games on the Godot engine or the Unreal Engine even. It's probably still fairly difficult. They try to make it automated, but if it's automated, it's not going to be optimized. You don't really know when developing a game how many cores you're going to have. Windows in general is pretty awful at utilizing multiple cores. Yeah. So, yeah. I'll leave that rant, I guess, at that point. Let's move on. A new Lord of the Rings game once again has been announced. We're getting one of these about once a month. It's called Tales of the Shire, and it's coming to consoles and PC. Your cozy hobby life awaits in the upcoming game from Weta Workshops and Private Division. Now, I think Weta Workshops is where Jamie Heineman may still work, or it may have been where Adam Savage worked, or maybe I'm just completely confused there. But Weta Workshops, as I have understood it, has never been a game developer, nor have I really even thought that they were a animator company so much as they were working with physical hand models. And we look at this trailer, and that was very much handmade props. Let's just look at it again. This is somebody in costume and then a heck of a lot of handmade props, which makes me severely suspect we're going to have some kind of live action or at least handmade prompt game, based game. There is a screenshot here, but I'm not sure if this isn't the Lord of the Rings MMO from Amazon Games. And then, which isn't out, and then the Lord of the Rings Golem was released, and that was a nightmare. So, and at a certain point, I guess the Tolkien estate can just afford to get those licensing fees and let a new company announce a new Lord of the Rings game every couple of months, and it's not really going to hurt anything. They've probably run the numbers and seen that the number of people who are to buy Lord of the Rings as a book or watch Lord of the Rings movies, it has plateaued. And so if they want to continue to make money, they should just continue to license it out into other form factors and media. There might also be a case here where the game, the Lord of the Rings series, is getting dangerously close to becoming public domain, so they want to just squeeze every single dime out of it as possible, as fast as possible. Brad Smith has a podcast. That's not what this was about. This is the vice chair and president of Microsoft. He tweeted 11 hours ago, "We are encouraged by the positive development in the CMA's review process. We present solutions that we believe fully address the CMA's remaining concerns." We presented solutions related to cloud gaming streaming, and we will continue to work towards earning approval to close prior to the October 18th deadline, which is, I guess, the new deadline that they agreed with Activision Blizzard to set for the merger. This is interesting, I guess, a little bit. Glenn Schofield is leaving Striking Distance after the Callisto Protocol misfired. Glenn Schofield is labeled here as the Dead Space co-creator, and he's saying his departure is bittersweet. He and, I believe, someone else high up have voluntarily resigned / quit the company, leaving the company in this weird holding position where the one thing it was trying to sell itself as is now gone. Although, in all fairness, the one thing Striking Distance was selling itself as already proved to be a bad sales pitch. There is arguably too much ambition in the Callisto Protocol. Too much advertisement and promotion to make it feel like this is the new Dead Space, and trying to sell it like it's the new Dead Space without actually being able to deliver on a game that would have felt like Dead Space. I honestly feel like the Callisto Protocol is probably at least an hour or two shorter, if not 5 or 6 hours shorter than Dead Space. They didn't run the numbers, I suppose, as far as how much animosity or bitterness or just like shrewd business sense EA has, in that they could just announce a Dead Space remake and rush to beat the Callisto Protocol to launch and say, no, we are Dead Space still and we own Dead Space. And notably, even though the Dead Space remake was fairly well received, it wasn't amazing, nor have they had to actually announce a Dead Space 2 remake or any kind of continuation or reboot of the series. I don't think the Dead Space remake sold that well either, but it probably sold enough to steal enough sales from the Callisto Protocol. But even in a vacuum, the Callisto Protocol's gameplay style had problems. Its controls and mechanics had problems. We've seen similar situations like this several times, where you have one person who worked on a game that is a cult classic or a beloved classic, and then they go and make their own company, and then they try to claim a lot more credit for the development of that previous classic game than they probably deserve, and they try to use that credit to get hype around their new game. We saw that from, like, I think it was somewhere around 2 to 4 people on a team of 30 who worked on Left 4 Dead 2, claiming that their new game was the spiritual successor to Left 4 Dead 2, and their new game was not well received either. This is a symptom, obviously, of the level of narcissism and corruption that exists as far as credits go in the video game industry. Is that too many people have their ego stroked and actually think that they are this genius creator that can't fail and single-handedly made a game like Dead Space, and that they can just form a new company and do it again with way less funding and way less experience. And it is definitely partially the gamers and the players' fault too, is that we have allowed ourselves to be lied to in the credits by people being miscredited or by creating these superstar developers who often are just managers of good teams. And this outcome doesn't really change anything. Who's to say what's in the future, but I wouldn't be surprised if Glenn Schofield just goes and starts another company and then tries to subtly imply that he still is the genius behind Dead Space, so let's make a new game just like Dead Space again, this time with a new team that is better, and forget that old team. Meanwhile, the people left at Striking Distance CEO, which is kind of a terrible name for a company, Striking Distance, because Callisto Protocol kind of had a problem with the striking distance programming in the game. Anyway, Striking Distance as a company now has the Callisto Protocol, and then has to either struggle to make their next game and establish a new name without Glenn Schofield, not Strauss Zelnick. So they have to kind of start all over again, this time with one game under their belt, so maybe they could say they've learned a lot and they've improved since then, but then Glenn Schofield can also say that they haven't learned anything and they lost all their talent when he left. So it's going to be difficult, difficult for everybody. Everybody takes a blow to credibility when a bad game gets made, particularly when it's a game that's been overhyped, which that definitely would have been a big element here. If Striking Distance had just made the game like Scorn, like that's a horror game that just wasn't advertised as much, wasn't as ambitious, it wasn't a great game either, but it just didn't have anywhere as high of an expectation. So I think that is the way you have to do it when you're a new company. Is don't try to make a 3D first-person shooter experience ever as your first game. Instead, try to pare it down and be more simplistic. Maybe make a 2D game, make a few simplistic puzzle games, something quick and easy you can churn out to say, hey, here's how our team is getting together and learning how to work with each other as our first project. Let's see, what have we got? YouTube Gaming, I think still doing nonsense in their tweets. YouTube put out a beta for the YouTube Create app to have more features and make it easier to edit and create videos. Not sure YouTube Gaming likes that Dr. Disrespect has been and Pokemon is being recommended there. And then I don't think this is the actual Xbox logo. I think this X has been modified or flattened where it would have been curved around the sphere. Yeah, I guess they don't have any too much nonsense that they were posting. There's something here that caught my eye. They're using Latinx as a label, which, as far as I understand it, no Latino actually likes the Latinx degendered phrase, term. But yeah, there's been no real fallout since YouTube demonetized Russell Brand. Nobody's really supporting him, probably for decent reasons since nobody likes him, but the general idea of YouTube just deciding to demonetize somebody is a scary precedent that should have never been made. There is some generative AI stuff that YouTube has also announced in its like descriptions, where you're potentially going to be given prompts for like descriptions, probably not tags. I think YouTube really doesn't care to continue to maintain tags, and I wouldn't see them actually going away completely. There's this, I guess, tournament here, YouTube World's Greatest. You would have thought that would have been a bigger thing that they were talking about, some kind of fighting game tournament from September 3rd. Yeah. I seriously doubt though how helpful generative AI descriptions will be for YouTube videos. It certainly will be helpful for people who are putting nothing in their description box, but I already have pretty well settled on what I like in my description box. I also know that basically nobody ever looks in the description box anyways, so why bother to change it? I might do some experiments there and see what happens, but if I was going to use like generative AI on a large language model, it would have to be trained on almost brand new information every time I made a YouTube short to be able to pull the description from either the frames, which I think some of the generative AI is going to go frame by frame of your video to describe what is happening. So yeah, it would either have to pull the information from the frames of my YouTube shorts to get the right information, or it would have to go to Steam, the Steam page for that game, which would have to be brand new to pull a description. So for YouTube shorts and automating the process, I think that would be very dangerous to not look at what it's suggesting, and that particularly since AI can hallucinate and just totally make up descriptions. So I'd almost certainly never do it for anything that I'm not looking at in an automated process. I might look at, like, as I'm doing a game series, seeing what it says and seeing how it wants to format things. I might do an experiment there, but that would be a huge change. Meanwhile, AI generated thumbnails, maybe sign me up for that one. That might work very well. If all of a sudden I can have AI generating thumbnails for my channel, and then all of a sudden that's getting a much higher click-through rate, I would do that in a minute, because the thumbnails I'm using right now I know don't work, and I'm not making thumbnails. I'm just letting YouTube's default thumbnail picker pick thumbnails from frames in the video. I don't know what other AI generation content though it could do other than descriptions and thumbnails, which are the two major things. Descriptions, thumbnails, tags. Those are all the things in the back end of publishing a video that might help your video be seen by more people, maybe. Crystal Dynamics has said they've made the difficult decision to part ways with 9brand marketing, 9brand slash, I guess, 9 marketing, and one IT employee, due to an internal restructuring to allow the studio to align the studio with their current business needs. I assume one IT is actually one information technology employee and not a company called One IT. No, actually, none of these are companies, are they? They're saying we have fired 9 branding slash marketing and employees and one IT employee. So they fired 10 people. We're working directly with the affected staff to fully support them. If you have applicable positions open in your studio across brand direction, creative services, community, or IT, please pass them along. to people xp@crystald.com. That's an interesting email, XP. I wonder if it's supposed to be EXP as a parody, or if the XP means something else. So yeah, Crystal Dynamics was acquired by Embracer Group. Now they're laying off people and firing people in what really just feels like a race to the bottom as they're bleeding talent. Of course, you're also, from the outside, you can only really generously just assume that everybody being laid off is a good employee, when it is very possible that they are picking the right employees, the bad employees, to get rid of, and a leaner, more efficient companies might arise throughout Embracer Company once they get rid of the bloat. It's not guaranteed by any means that that's what's going to happen, but certainly to an outside gamer, this doesn't instill confidence around the next Tomb Raider game or the next Crystal Dynamics game. Here we have game developer basically talking about the same story. Alright, so then that brings us to my chart. I updated my chart a little bit. There is something here, unless I can just hide this top bar, which is unnecessary on the chart, and I'll have to research that. There is an argument to zooming it down like this to just get rid of the scroll bars, or just leaving it at 100% and just ignoring the scroll bars. But yeah, this stream I tweaked it so we now have a much fuller list of the top games. It doesn't seem like there really is a way to make a formula as far as the bottom, and so it's probably just better to be consistent and have your 1 million, is that what it says? No, 100,000 sales. It needs some commas there, I guess, to 1 million active users. And I probably should label what these also stand for too, as far as the 24-hour total. Now, one of the problems with the chart is that I had the values summed. So when my macro crashed at the beginning, collecting this data today several times, it got the same information multiple times. So 24-hour peak of, say, 10,000 players for one game, it submits that 3 different times. The chart then was summing the numbers up. So instead of it being 10,000 players in the last 24 hours playing this game, it became 30,000 players. And so very easily I could see there was a large spike in all of the top 10 games, 3-4 times as many players. And so I had to quickly fix that, which fixes this chart, but it does perhaps leave open the possibility that some of the other information on some of the other Google Sheets that are part of this chart has inaccurate data. But this definitely, I think, is accurate. Instead of summing, I'm taking the max value now, whatever the max value of that one day, and using it as a peak. Which, looking at the chart after those tweaks, which clearly I still have a few little visual tweaks to make here. It's a slow process, but it's working, and we're getting more data points every stream, so it'll start to smooth out even more, although fairly quickly too. If you're getting 3 data points a week, there's going to be, in a year, 156 data points on the chart, and these points may very well get squeezed. Although it may also very well be a case that a game might just disappear completely. Probably not Apex Legends, much more likely Starfield, as we see Starfield dropped on the 20th significantly from its peak and has dropped even further down to 141,301 players from 260,000. It's halfway down, falling below the SDK and falling close to below GTA 5, which notably some of these games are just going to consistently, I think, always be on the chart too, instead of them eventually just falling below 10,000 and then some new game being released and it taking over this top list. Call of Duty Global Offensive well above the maximum number of 1 million I've set up here. So we're also seeing Baldur's Gate 3 fall in fandom too, at 263,379 players versus its peak a couple of days ago of 430,800 players. We're also seeing some growth in Wallpaper Engine and Cyberpunk 2077 coming back on the list too, due to its new DLC, which, yeah, guess that's all pretty good information to figure out. Minor changes, probably not necessary to talk about. It is interesting how many people are still playing Naraka Blade Point. That's the one that I would not have thought we're seeing there. At a certain level, maybe it will eventually just become more interesting to go ahead and just skip everything until you get to, say, like party animals here, and you start to see the games that are gaining attention, that aren't just the standard top 10 games, which Dota, Counter-Strike, Apex Legends may just always be the top 10 games, even though they're fairly old games. And we may have to dig deeper to see like FIFA 23 or Resident Evil 4. As far as Steam goes, we still really don't have a sale here. You can see Resident Evil 4 is on sale, and so that may have bumped the numbers a little bit. And so we may... It definitely would have been nice if I could grab the prices and see if there were price drops that were affecting this information, but the Steam chart doesn't really give you that information. I don't know if there is something that's kind of like a camel for the prices, but SteamDB does track the prices somewhat. It doesn't just show you a nice chart from it, or I don't know how you would find a chart for it. It probably does have a chart somewhere. Payday 3? Is that game actually out? It's already mixed reviewed. If I click on this and open it in a new tab. Yeah. This game came out yesterday, and so it should be one of the games that my macro finds, and yet it just let me open a new tab without complaining about that. So I don't think it did have a tab open, which means something went wrong, and we'll have to figure out what went wrong. Moving on to the Video Games Chronicle articles. I still haven't really tweaked the black bar, and I'm not 100% sure I really need to tweak the black bar, but it does kind of stand out a little too much. I don't know if it really is necessary to have that dividing line versus just letting it be a white background all the time. The game Everywhere has a trailer with an alpha test being announced. If you want to check out that article at Video Games Chronicle. LEGO's next Mario set for adult collectors is a giant piranha plant. It's going to be a somewhat tough sell. Generally, adult collectors aren't looking for a lot of interactivity, but I feel like maybe a smaller set like this may need some interactivity or play element to it. There have been plant sets around LEGO already that are like replicating real world plants. Maybe they've run out of flowers and plants to do around that. As far as the Nintendo sets for adults, this set really doesn't connect well. At best it connects to the Giant Bowser set, which I would argue the Giant Bowser set is not actually for adults. She has like this coin, and you would think the coin would let it be like a coin bank or something. I'm not even sure that's really the case, and I don't really see a QR code type thing that the Electric Mario could scan, which is probably a mistake too. So that blockhead Mario, $60. LEGO sets are particularly expensive. I have a lot of backlog on LEGO sets, but there's like the 100 Years of Disney that looks like a film projector set is one that's caught my eye, and I kind of need to double check as far as the modular building set to make sure I'm caught up on that. But otherwise I really need to build more sets and buy less sets as far as LEGO is concerned. I saw a YouTuber make a wall mount that pivoted, so it turned a shelf into a low to the ground platform for LEGO sets to be played with, and so each square playmat or of base plates is what they're called. Yeah, it was using the smaller base plates that they used to sell. They kind of are moving away from base plates at this point. As far as LEGO, it was using that as the width of each shelf, and as the shelf pivoted, one shelf would just butt up to the other shelves to make a flat table. But the design on it is pretty rough, frankly, and it makes a fatal assumption that if you have a 6 foot tall shelf that goes vertical and then is, let's just say, a foot deep, would that 6 to 12 feet of surface area, when it pivots in front and lays down to be a play platform, would that 6 to 12 feet in front of the shelf ever, and I mean ever, be clear for little kids? Like, you just don't tend to have that much square footage in a kid's room that is just full of empty space. It's always that there's a toy, there's a beanbag, there's something in the way. And if there isn't something in the way, then the reason there isn't something in the way is because they're actively working to keep that square footage empty for the table for the Lego playset, so why not just always have it empty in the first place? You could... There is that extra danger, certainly, of picking up Lego sets and picking them up and carrying them to a table and then playing with them, and then picking it up from the table and carrying it to a shelf without the sets falling apart and being broken, which can certainly be a disaster to kids if that happens. Even though they are Legos, you could just rebuild it in most cases, unless you break a piece or there's stickers to get torn or something. So you probably do want a play field with the Lego sets on it, so they aren't picking up sets and moving them, but I just don't think there's that much of a value to that, to building your own. Perhaps if there was a IKEA style hack you could do, maybe it would make there, but even IKEA style furniture doesn't look that great. And honestly, you tend not to give kids that many Legos that you would need an entire shelf there. Particularly of the Legos you'd actually want to play with. Moving on, back to video games. I'm getting distracted here. The next free Epic Games titles have been announced. Model Builder and Solstice will replace Out of Line and Force Quartet. I need to grab the games as they are. Model Builder is an interesting idea of a game to do model building in a virtual world, so you don't have to own all the paints and glues and things, but it almost certainly is a different skill set for a different type of person. People that like to make models are a very small niche audience, I imagine, these days. Probably a lot of really old people who don't like video games for one reason or another, and I just think there's probably almost no overlap between a model builder and a gamer, and there's very little chance that a gamer would want to do model building with none of the assistant optimization, because people who would potentially want to do model building can get nearly the same experience by just doing character building at the beginning of RPGs, making your character look the way you want, although models tend not to be characters. Ubisoft has announced The Division 3 with Massive Entertainment set to develop it. The studio is already working on Star Wars Outlaws and Avatar. This might be one of the things that was leaked in the Microsoft leak, is that the Division sequel may have been leaked in there, which is one of the problems of a leak. Certainly, is Microsoft would be in a much better situation if they could absolutely guarantee that only their own internal information leaked, and it in no way hurts any of their third-party developers and partners and business partners. But almost certainly that is questionable as far as how that would really be the case. Like, almost certainly these leaked internal memos will affect the third-party developers one way or another. Here you can see Video Games Chronicles podcast asking a very good question as far as how much of the leak will actually come true, and how much of it was old plans and how much of it was aspirational. Certainly with the Activision Blizzard merger going, a lot of things could really change completely. And with the leaks, I would like to see perhaps more pushback towards this mid-gen refresh on the Xbox Series X, because right now, from what I've seen, there's just nothing there to justify them even bothering to do that, because it's not adding anything for gamers, so they don't really have a sales pitch. Moving on, Embracer says its crazy, quote unquote, crazy outlay on platform fees exceeds its spend on game development. It also says the Epic Games Store exclusivity scheme will help keep Steam on its toes. Which, if it really is the case that Embracer is paying more to list their games on Xbox and PlayStation and Nintendo Switch than they are spending on game development, that really only highlights what we've already pretty well been able to suss out about Embracer, in that they have done a terrible job in actually developing games. There's some insanity certainly around platform fees, but it's not like every single game developer or every single developer has gone out of their way to complain about platform fees. This is exclusively a problem of bad budgeting by Embracer and the way they are interested in getting eyeballs and market share by acquiring companies, and then completely uninterested in actually developing games to gain players. It's just bad business. It's I don't even know what they're thinking. Like, but yeah, maybe the current struggles Embracer is going through will help them reevaluate, and they will start spending more on game development. Can they spend less on platform fees? Probably not. The only thing they could do is push more and more gamers to play on Steam or the Epic Games Store, or just play on PC in general, and that is fine if they want to try and do that, but then they still have to develop games if that's going to be the case. Again, it's also worth pointing out that when I think of Embracer, it's basically Darksiders 3 and 2 SpongeBob SquarePants games. Yes, I know they've acquired some other companies since then, so I guess maybe they're paying platform fees for Hitman games and Tomb Raider games and just older games from Crystal Dynamics. And maybe they're paying platform fees for some of the other companies that they've acquired, listing older games. But yeah, in the end, they just need to spend more on game development, just so they don't have this kind of headline, because the headline hurts probably more than the expense hurts, because it shows bad management, which lowers confidence in your company, which lowers your shareholder price, your stockholder price. Cyberpunk's 2077 big version 2.0 update is out, and it has gotten full patch notes. Again, they are trying to rebrand Cyberpunk, with this lady being your protagonist, or the canonical protagonist in Cyberpunk 2077, instead of build your own character, although you may still very well be able to build your own character. There's a long list here of patch notes. So far I hear good things about Cyberpunk 2077's new DLC and new update, but it's still pretty impossible for me to justify going and playing Cyberpunk 2077. I almost in my mind feel like they would have to make a new Cyberpunk game. It would have to sell particularly well from the beginning for me to then justify playing the first Cyberpunk 2077 game as a prequel, as a setup to playing the new game, which would justify playing the series in the first place. Speaking of justifying playing games, my former favorite lewd waifu gacha game, Destiny Child, has completely shut down now. I said it was going to shut down in a couple days. It actually shut down, I think, in one day. They've replaced the app with a stripped down version of the app, calling it a memorial version, which is going to let me go back to it and look at the live 2D anime girl waifus characters and look at their costumes, read the stories of as far as the story went, knowing that the story ends abruptly with no resolution. So I don't have a real complaint about the memorial update, other than when they updated the software, they didn't really update the software well enough, so it gave me a notification that the stamina was full and that I should go and use the stamina when there's no way to use the stamina. There's also no way to really change what you have, so in some cases I have like extra duplicates of characters that I'd like to be able to just delete at this point to have a more curated experience, but you can't change it. Inherently, if you go to reddit/r/destinychild global, you'll find a post down the list of posts of a lot of people saying farewell. There's actually quite a lot of love on that subreddit. Sadly, not enough love, I guess, to keep the game going or have a reboot or a continuation or sequel. I could see them making a sequel and just not calling it Destiny Child, and it would make a lot of sense. But there is a post there that has codes from whales, people who own and unlocked everything, and you can just use that memorial link account link to unlock everything if you wanted to see everything without having played the game, or if you'd only played the game a little bit. I didn't manage before the game shut down to unlock and fully upgrade all the characters, but I have all the costumes and everything. The memorial version unlocks almost everything anyways, even if you had just barely started the game. So it's decent enough, but the point I'm trying to make here, without rambling on too much, is now I'm immediately bored. So I've installed like 4 or 5 other games. I went on the Google Play Store just trying to look for idle harem games. So I typed in like the phrase lewd, L-E-W-D, and because I would kind of like some lewd art on it, although the Google Store is not going to go that lewd really, because they don't really allow adult games, and definitely it's not going to go nudity. And so I installed some games on that keyword, then I typed in the word harem. Notably, just an idle character collection gacha game doesn't particularly interest me at all, and maybe I should just look for a completely different style. I also just looked at the recommendations of new games and didn't really see anything there at Google Play. So I may, even having installed 5 or 6 different games, I may find all of them to be either too much of a time waste or too little of a time waste and not interactive enough. A lot of these games have stamina systems, and you just don't have enough stamina to play every day until you've played for several weeks to level up to gain more stamina, and sometimes you never gain enough stamina to play as much as you might want to in a day. But yeah, I'm wasting time now looking for a new game to replace Destiny Child. I'm still playing Star Trek Lower Decks, and they added some more episodes, but I kind of do think I'm going to smack into the wall of content on Lower Decks within a month or so, and just have everything that can be unlocked, and then I potentially would just come back and check once a day for events, or even once a month if it doesn't really matter. At some point here I may hit just full on max levels of upgrading the characters and the locations in Star Trek Lower Decks. And I'm still playing Tinka Fuma, which, as an adult game, still has the problem of being too much of an adult game, but I'm making progress there, although I am also concerned that I may hit a wall there too. Ideally, I'm looking for a game that is fairly new. Ideally, new enough that it has some kind of established element to it, and it isn't just empty. At least one of the games I've looked at has like maybe 30 characters, and that seems like too few to start with. But I would want it to be early enough that there hasn't been a collab event with characters that you can no longer collect, which is what happened in Destiny Child. Certainly, is that there was 3 or 4 collab events, and that left about 9 characters uncollectible for me and most players. But yeah, that's my update on wasting time on mobile phones. Without these games, I'm wasting even more time on YouTube, and YouTube is getting kind of worse as far as its suggestions. They pushed me into listening to political podcasts, which I really don't want to get in the habit of listening to those. So either I'm listening to old videos I've already watched over and over again, or I need to find some new sources, new interesting topics. But potentially I need like full-on new topics as an idea. I probably should be watching and listening to more YouTubers that are gamers, long players. So I might investigate that. Anyways, moving on. Video Games Chronicle says the Game Boy Advance game Kirby and the Amazing Mirror is coming to the Nintendo Switch Online, which, well, kind of would have thought we were already done with all the Kirby games being brought to Nintendo Switch Online, but I guess not. I guess they still have a few in their back pocket, but they're coming quick. Today's Baldur's Gate 3 patch will let players change their appearance, although weirdly there's some limitations on what you can change and what you can't. You can change your appearance, your voice, and your pronouns. You can not change your race or body type, and you can't alter the origins. They're all very particular about their hair, which, yeah, I don't know if that's a joke or what. You get this magic mirror that lets you change those things. Although appearance, I would think hair would be included. Body type might be gender, what you would call gender, and what they're bending over backwards to not call gender. But yeah, I imagine some players will enjoy that, considering how many players enjoyed character creating and spending a lot of time character creating. Remember, Baldur's Gate 3 is based off Dungeons and Dragons, so some of this may also be limited by what Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro wants to allow to be changed. I also saw a comment from one of the voice actors that says there's like a secret 2-hour monologue or dialogue that no player has found, which 2 hours seems really, really long, and almost certainly would have to be somebody doing a song or a play or a bunch of songs or a bunch of stories, and I would have to assume you would have to create a scenario where that one character would likely sing a song or do a play. It almost certainly is an Easter egg, because you wouldn't want to have 2 hours of content hidden in a game, even a very big game like Baldur's Gate 3. 2 extra hours of content is way too much. Um, we already looked at this Tales of the Shire game. The Tales name maybe implies that this is going to try to be something like a Telltale game, except for now Telltale's not involved. Or it could just be a random choice in name. We already talked about the Steam sales. We already talked about Valve doesn't expect a Steam Deck 2 in the next couple of years. The quote here to CNBC is, right now we're kind of looking at this performance target that we have as a stable target for a couple years. Yeah, we think it's a pretty sweet spot in terms of being able to play all the experiences from this new generation, and so far the new releases are coming out with great experiences on the Steam Deck. Obviously we're working with developers on future releases and we're monitoring feedback there, but so far we think it's been pretty good on the horsepower front. He also told The Verge it's important, I don't know who he is in this case, it's important to us that the deck offers a fixed performance target for developers, and the message to customers is simple, where every deck can play the same games, such as changing the performance level is not something we are taking lightly. We only want to do so when there's a significant increase to be had. And yeah, it would be kind of hard to get a significant increase in the same form factor. We also don't want more performance to come at a significant cost to the power efficiency and battery life. I don't anticipate a leap to be possible in the next couple of years, but we're still closely monitoring innovations in architectures and fabrication processes to see where things are going there. So they very much are looking from the perspective of, can we get this down on a nanometer scale to a whole new technology where there would be a significant performance improvement. That being said, depending on what chip you put in a Steam Deck 2, like an Apple A17 chip, I think is a pretty good performance boost from the A16 chip. A strong arm RISC chip or a RISC 5 chip, the newest versions of those are often fairly significant improvements from their previous generations. The Exynos Samsung chip, and I think Google has a Tensor Core chip, all of those are making decent performance boosts with every new generation. It is more case that it's just AMD and Intel that are not doing the best job of improvements there. And I could see, particularly for a device like the Steam Deck, you have a Intel CPU or an AMD CPU that has one or two cores that are performance cores, and then one or two cores that are efficiency cores. And in this one case, I could see the entire operating system dynamically swapping to the efficiency cores when it doesn't feel like it needs the performance cores, and that you would just have two cores in your Steam Deck that almost never get used as far as performance cores in favor of the battery life. I doubt enough people would dock the Steam Deck for it to make sense that if it's plugged in, it always uses the performance cores, and thus you get significant improvements in performance there. So there's almost this limiting factor where you can't have the efficiency cores be half as fast as the performance cores anyways, because that would just be unacceptable. The Nintendo Switch does some of that, certainly. When it's plugged in, it goes at a higher resolution because it's not trying to save the battery at that point, when it's like it is when it's undocked. But the Nintendo Switch does not feel like it's a twice as fast device when it's plugged into the TV, nor does it even really feel like it goes from 720p to 1080p resolutions on the GPU side 100% of the time. Yep. There is also perhaps extra circuitry that could add optimization that they're not talking about, in the sense that a deep learning super sampling special circuitry in a chip, in a next generation chip, could upscale and make the graphics look a lot better for a lot less battery life and performance, having that kind of dedicated chip. Also, all of a sudden, if you put in some AI, deep learning, large language model circuitry, you could potentially have like AI generated backgrounds and textures at a very low performance to make graphics look better. Or you could put in a assistant voice, whether it's Google Assistant or Alexa or anything like that. Like, it kind of doesn't make sense in modern days that isn't built into the Steam Deck as at least an app, that you can't talk to it and it can't transcribe what you're saying, because that really should just be in almost anything, any high performance mobile device, is that you should have that. You potentially should have ultra wideband, so you can find the device if it gets lost. You should probably have some form of smart home connectivity. The Steam Deck would be a very decent controller for smart home apps, which that does bring about an interesting question: is how easy is it to potentially emulate Android and run Android apps on the Steam Deck? Probably is more difficult than it should be, but yeah, more in that direction, just adding more functionality to devices, even if they're unimportant things like notepad taking, calculators, music player, video player. All of that should be built into the Steam Deck and integrated into the Steam Deck more. And there are certain circuitries that would help there. MP5 video playback and recording, for instance, built in, could be helpful in the Steam Deck. Moving on, everyone misjudged Baldur's Gate 3, not just Microsoft, says Larian executive. There was an email here where Xbox estimated that it would have cost $5 million to secure Baldur's Gate 3 as an Xbox Game Pass game, which Larian is basically either being very generous and helping cover Microsoft on that and saying, well, yeah, everybody didn't see the level of success that Baldur's Gate 3 was going to have. A lot of this stuff is just emails where people are just picking numbers out of the hat. So, but in comparison, they were thinking that Star Wars Jedi Survivor was going to be 300 million and Assassin's Creed Mirage was going to be 100 million. It didn't happen, obviously, and I'm not sure it even got to the case where there were discussions made where Microsoft even got close to saying, we'll give you $5 million to put your game on Game Pass. But certainly a lowball number might hurt the feelings of somebody at Larian. And just because Larian is saying that everyone misjudged Baldur's Gate 3 is a nice thing, probably the right thing to say if you're going to say anything here. I didn't even go as far as to question whether they actually misjudged Baldur's Gate 3. It might be better phrased to say nobody could have seen Baldur's Gate 3 success beforehand, because Baldur's Gate 3's success is kind of heavily tied to a lack of competition as to when it launched, and just some really good reception from gamers who had, I guess, a hunger they didn't realize they had for a Dungeons and Dragons style RPG game. Let's see, we already talked about Take-Two not talking about acquiring Gearbox. At a certain level, I feel like there is an argument to be made that maybe they should just acquire Gearbox if they have to, no matter what. There's probably enough talent if they can get it cheap for EA to own Gearbox, but that doesn't solve too much as a gamer per se, because EA is not a particularly great company. So if they were to acquire Gearbox, maybe they would just lay off a bunch of people in a few years or a few months, and then you're just back to where you are. Or maybe they never fund another Borderlands game to be made at all, in favor of just focusing on EA Sports, or you have Gearbox then working on EA Sports games. There's more negative scenarios by being acquired by EA for Gearbox, I think, than there are positive scenarios, which has a problem with being publicly traded companies, is that you inherently leave yourself up to this risk of a bad company, and let's face it, there are a lot of bad companies out there acquiring you and then just ruining you, or just even a bad boss acquiring you. I think there would be a lot of people that would make an argument that, say, PayPal or Tesla or SpaceX, all of those companies, some of which actually did exist before Elon Musk was involved, probably would have done better if Elon Musk had not acquired them and not been involved. Let's see, moving on. Well, I definitely want to see that Hotel Barcelona news. I thought that would have been the next tab. Let's see. PS5 soars. PS5 sales soar 200% as console sales rise throughout Europe. I feel like this is the same article we've seen multiple times. Yeah. Let me click here. Oh, there it is. It's backwards. Yeah, I was concerned there that my macro this whole time for months and months has been skipping, say, the first news article on the second page every time, which wouldn't have been missing a lot of information, but it would have been sucky. PS5 EA Sports Football Club 24 console bundle is launching this month, if you're interested in that. According to Video Games Chronicles, Star Fox Artist News Switch game has secured a publisher, Takuya Imamura Omega 6. The video game will be shown at the Tokyo Game Show this week, which I guess at this point the Tokyo Game Show is just longer than I thought it was. You do have this weirdness, though, certainly, is that this art style does not in any way strike me as being anywhere close to Star Fox. But I wouldn't be surprised if this artist, who was the original Star Fox and F-Zero artist, wasn't really involved in any of, like, Star Fox 64 3D modeling. And that's certainly the Star Fox I think of when I think of Star Fox. I didn't play the original Star Fox on Super NES as a game. Let's see. This is just Bender from Futurama. And let's see how many of these characters are just kind of... There's Fry, Leela, Bender. in all fairness, I guess Futurama is a parody of sci-fi stories, so it wouldn't be that crazy that you would always have a male protagonist and a female protagonist and a robot protagonist, and an alien protagonist in Zoidberg. This looks like it's a half RPG, half dungeon crawler, little visual novel game. Yeah. Let's see. I would say. So you have Fry, you have Leela, you have Bender. I would assume this is supposed to be your Zoidberg character. And then it would be a further stretch for these characters to compare them to Futurama. You generally have the mutants in Futurama, so that would kind of make sense, and you generally have aliens in Futurama, but I wouldn't say there's a one-to-one comparison on any of those. No Professor, no Leela character, no Hermes character comparison, but yeah, I definitely see particularly Bender here. But how many different ways can you draw a robot, particularly in this? It almost feels like a 1960s cartoony style, and almost certainly this is a case where Takaya Imamura is fairly old animator, and so his animation style and the kind of cartoons and animation he likes are very much from a 1960s 1970s style, which is totally not the moe kawaii anime style you would expect these days when you watch an anime on TV in Japan. Speaking of TV in Japan, I believe it's Nippon Television which is one of the TV stations in Japan. They have acquired Studio Ghibli, which is a big deal. Studio Ghibli is the Disney equivalent of Japan, and arguably has done better work, less work as far as making movies, but better work per movie as far as reception goes. So it is the same news. It's the level of potential excitement if somebody, say Fox or ABC or CBS, had acquired Disney completely, which at a certain level it's been the exact opposite. Disney acquired ABC and has owned ABC for at least a decade plus. Some of why Studio Ghibli would have been acquired as a subsidiary comes down to the most recent Ghibli movie being received very poorly, but it mostly comes down to the fact that Miyazaki, the main guy who gets all the credit for every Ghibli movie, is just older and older, and he has claimed he was going to retire, then changed his mind at least 4 or 5 times in the past decade, and he's just so old that he really can't do it. He tried to at least at once put his son in charge and just have like a nepotism dynasty happen, and that really didn't work either. Arguably Ghibli movies these days probably just won't succeed as well as they used to. Anyways, there's just more competition and a changing shift in artistic style and desire for artistic styles. Ghibli movies are uniquely their own style, and that works for some stories and it doesn't work for others. And story-wise, the Ghibli movies are very kid-friendly, simplistic stories, and they've probably told as many tales as they can. So by having a TV station acquire them as a subsidiary, that sets the first step forward where Miyazaki can finally actually retire and stay retired, and the Ghibli movie company will still exist and still at least sell DVDs of My Neighbor Totoro and some of the other Spirited Away, things like that. Make sales off of that, make profits off of that, and then every now and then I imagine they'll come out with a new movie, trying at least, at the same way that Disney still tries to make movies every now and then, although hopefully they don't go the route of Disney and make live action remakes of Ghibli movies, because that would be crazy to do. And yeah, hopefully they don't also go the route of, what was another company I was thinking of? Well, I can't think of the company I was thinking of, but I would hope that they aren't going to go down the route of just making terrible movies, terrible animated movies to ruin the name of Ghibli. Better they make nothing than have 5 stinkers in a row. Anyways, I'm supposed to be talking about video games. Moving on, EA Sports Football Club's 24's official soundtrack has been released, which is also not video games news. Criterion has joined EA Entertainment on Battlefield development. The UK studio will continue to work on the Need for Speed series. This is Criterion, a video game company, Criterion Games, not to be confused with the Criterion collection of movie publishers or distributors. I guess you'd probably call them distributors. The original Call of Duty Warzone is going to shut down on Thursday. I imagine people knew that this was going to happen, and that this isn't coming as a surprise. And then we talked about Glenn Schofield leaving Striking Distance. And then we talked about Crystal Dynamics laying off people. Again, screenshot here of a Tomb Raider character, perhaps not the most relevant screenshot to use. Maybe you just don't need a screenshot here, or maybe you just use stock images. I guess that is a thing, come to think of it, is that Video Games Chronicles, Komatsu, GameDeveloper.com, seems like none of them bothered to pay for stock images, which, in fairness, stock images can be incredibly expensive, and there's a lot of scams around it too, where a public domain image can be claimed as being copyrighted when it really isn't, or a stock image company can charge you a lot for something that is public domain as far as an image anyways. But inherently, if you don't need a screenshot, if a screenshot doesn't help, the rigid conformity of having screenshots feels just ridiculous, particularly since you're also adding inline screenshots for no reason. I guess they're just really, maybe they've gotten feedback where walls of text are just not as well received, but yeah, there's definitely room for improvement in that style. Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak was named 2023's best game at the Japan Game Awards. This too, I believe, is part of the Tokyo Game Show. Japan Game Awards were held on Thursday. I've not seen anybody cover or talk about them, so I imagine they probably were in Japanese only. But yeah, if I'm gonna watch, say, here you have Mario Brothers, not Super Mario Brothers, just Mario Brothers Arcade on the screen. I kind of would like to either get a recap or watch this awards if I'm going to watch other award shows. This is run annually by Japan's Consumer Entertainment Suppliers Association. and it was partially voted on by the public. The Nintendo Famicom family computer was named the Minister of Economy, Trade, and Industry Award winner, which is given to an individual organization that has made a great contribution to the growth of the Japanese game industry. Famicom marked its 40th anniversary this year, and the Nintendo Executive Officer and Super Mario Bros. Designer Takashi Tezuka collected the award on Nintendo's behalf. This is the first time I've probably ever even heard this person's name. Tezuka thanked the CESA for the award and said Nintendo alone should not accept it, rather all companies who create classic games for Famicom should do so. 11 games were given the award for excellence, including God of War Ragnarok, Hogwarts Legacy, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, that seems like an outlier, Resident Evil 4, Sonic Frontiers, and Xenoblade Chronicles. That is not a list of 11 games, though. Game designers were chosen by a panel. The Game Designers Award was chosen by a panel of 9 Japanese creators, including Smash Bros. Designer Masahiro Sakurai, and Platinum Games' Hideki Kamiya was given a handwritten role-playing RPG game, Time the Legend of Rydo. The Game Design Awards was given, there's a lot of comma, here's a whole completely different sentence in the middle here, then comma back to the beginning of the sentence. This is a poorly written sentence. When really this should just be, the Game Design Awards is chosen by a panel of these people, period. The award was given to the handwritten role-playing game RPG Time, The Legend of Rydo. And arguably RPG Time, The Legend of Rydo should be in either in quotes more than the handwritten role-playing RPG game should be in quotes. Full list of winners is below, so let's just go through this. The Grand Award, Monster Hunter Rise. Award for Excellence, all of these games. I don't know this Paranorma site from Square Enix. I've heard the name, I can't remember what it is. Splatoon, Best Sales Award, Scarlet and Violet, so they're getting an award just because a lot of kids got suckered into buying Scarlet and Violet. And then Game Designers Award, I guess, is probably for the one award given to a smaller game that hasn't sold that much, but they still want to highlight it. Whereas everything else here sold fairly well, and excellence in this case seems to be exclusively that it sold well. Which maybe that highlights the problem of having a suppliers association group decide the winners. There is that they are just going to give awards to the best sellers, which arguably maybe you just do awards that way instead of having subjective qualifiers. Why not just say best-selling games of 2023, number 1, Earth Defense Force 6, number 2, Final Fantasy VII Reunion? Why not just say here is a quantifiable number that we have as far as sales, and thus we use these quantifiable numbers to give out awards. Moving on, Like a Dragon Gaiden and Like a Dragon Ishin are coming to Game Pass on console and PC. Okay. I don't think that's super surprising, but it might be a little bit surprising. It's one more Japanese game definitely coming to Game Pass, which does highlight that Microsoft is doing a little bit of a better job getting Japanese companies to embrace the idea of Game Pass. Particularly this leak of a potential new Xbox Series X without a disc may scare a lot of game developers into saying, oh, the future is completely disc free, And so we've got to get our game on Game Pass, because then there's very little chance that somebody's going to seek out through the Xbox marketplace our game and download it and buy it separately. And certainly there's room for fear that Microsoft may straight up de-emphasize or completely get rid of the marketplace aspect of Game Pass and Xbox games, Xbox Live, and may exclusively only offer games via Game Pass. It probably would take another decade before they got to that point, but yeah, at some point it may be you buy an Xbox, you get Xbox Game Pass or Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, and that's the only games you get. You don't have a storefront where you can individually buy games and own those games. Suda51 and Swery65 have revealed the first Hotel Barcelona gameplay. This is a collaboration from what I assume are creative minds behind No More Heroes and Deadly Premonition. By the way, No More Heroes is airing on my channel, and it is just stinking it up. It is getting no views at all. It really sucks, because I rather do like that game. But yeah, what can I say? What can I do? Either I chose a bad time to launch it, I have no thumbnails on it, which is obviously my fault, or it is not being promoted by the algorithm because of some kind of demonetization, shadow ban type thing. It's not actually demonetized though, I don't think. Although, in all fairness, until I get back into the YouTube partner program, there's no telling how many videos I have that would have limited monetization on them. The whole yellow icon, I haven't heard anybody mention the yellow icon on YouTube in probably a year or two, so either they've quietly stopped doing the yellow limited monetization things, or they've eliminated that prompt for a lot of people that aren't in the YouTube partner program in the first place. So, Hotel Barcelona, you have an eye patch girl showing cleavage with her shirt open. Let's see what else we can see about the game. This was 17 plus age game, and this was part of the Tokyo Game Show, so this might be one of the biggest announcements. So they said it's serial killers from all over the United States, and it looks like it's a platforming hack and slash game, although it almost seems like there might have been a fighting element too, just a fighting game. And then they're saying there's a time loop element with your past versions of yourself, and there's boss battles, obviously. So it feels like it's a roguelite time loop game with almost Castlevania platforming. Seems like there's definitely a lot of weirdness abound, but I'm not particularly thrilled with what it's showing me. It's a game that's very zoomed out in its visuals, and it looks like it's got a lot of sub-menus in the bottom, probably way too much sub-menus, where it feels like it's going to be potentially randomly generated rooms connecting for that roguelite element. This may very well be a game that wants you to play it multiple times, and then the question would be whether it's worth playing multiple times. There might be something on the kind of washed out color palette also. Seems like there's a time limit here and potentially multiple currencies. At a certain level, you'd kind of be crazy if you like Suda51 games or Swery65 games. If you like No More Heroes or Deadly Premonition, you'd be crazy not to give it a chance. This thumbnail lady, though, playing not anywhere as much of a role as I would have liked, nor was the camera zoomed in enough to show her off. One hopes that you have decent gameplay coming mostly from Suda51 and weird but interesting story coming from Deadly Premonition, and not the exact opposite. Because if you get the gameplay from Deadly Premonition, that was awful, and if you get the story from No More Heroes, you'd still get a decent story there, but it wouldn't be as weird or interesting as Deadly Premonition's story goes. Although in all fairness, Deadly Premonition's story is also just a ripoff of I want to say Wayward Pines, but that's not the name of the thing. Twin Peaks? No. It's a ripoff of a cult TV series. I forget the name of it. Moving on to the Gematsu articles. Tekken 8 adds a panda. I think in the last stream I said King of Fighters said that it was targeting newer players with a more modern, simplistic fight mechanic. I don't think it is actually King of Fighters that said that. So in an effort not to repeat the same mistake, I won't assume I can remember which fighting game did say that. Some fighting games said it, but until I can find an article I can actually show, I'll just leave it at that and say I think I was wrong about what I said last stream. Which that definitely highlights how important it is for me to have these news articles in front of me before I start talking. Otherwise I will get the information wrong. And yeah, it's very helpful to be able to show the article and say, look, it's right here, I'm not just making this up or misremembering it. Under Night in Birth 2, Sis Celis launches January 25th, 2024. Is it coming to Steam? Yes. Does it have a Steam link? No. A NetEase Games and Nitro Plus announced a side-scrolling adventure game called The Rusty Rabbit for PS5 and PC. Let's see what Steam makes it look like. Well, there's a lot of weird screenshots, but then the actual game looks kind of uninteresting, but whatever. I'll give it a chance. Not sure I really should give NetEase or Nitro Plus a chance, but whatever. Project Mugen, disclosure of production information, developer diary is available, and there's an update here, which, yeah, disclosure of production information is probably a joke title for what this is. So you've got an anime girl swinging around like Spider-Man. Okay. So it looks like there's something interesting in what they're developing so far. I don't know though if you're fully going to have an experience where you're just wandering around the world swinging and driving, where I'm not sure. The rest of this isn't just a bunch of mini games. You're seeing them picking up a cat, playing a claw game, yeah. You can hack and slash and break things, but the people around you don't seem to really want to fight back too much. They seem to just be scared of you when you do that. This is a weird video in that it gives me like one step forward to knowing what this Project Mugen is, while not really putting me close enough to actually knowing what it is. So I'm not sure if that really helps that much. It's probably just better that I hadn't seen this video and just waited until they had a full-on gameplay trailer. It's going to be an urban open world RPG is what they're describing it as, and in all fairness it does look like an open world RPG. I don't know how much of the urban element really improves things though, because then you end up with a lot of generic buildings with slightly different textures you have to load in. Let's see, moving on. Yohane the Parhelion Blaze in the Deep Blue has a gameplay trailer. I don't feel like I've seen this game before. Okay, it looks like it's a 8-bit platforming side-scrolling game, maybe a Metroidvania game. I kind of like that it's a little bit zoomed in so you can see the character. I've definitely seen worse looking versions of these kinds of games. And then I kind of like the different attack styles. Okay, well, that looks slightly interesting, and apparently I've already made a YouTube short on it because it's already on the follow list. Earth Defense Force World Brothers 2 is coming to Asia in English in 2024. It's due out in 2024 in Japan. So basically it's being released to other Asian countries with English support for people that don't speak Japanese, Korean, or Chinese, which there's still plenty of Asian countries where that is the case. Earth Defense Force 6 is also coming to Asia in English in 2024. Weirdly, none of these games are announcing that they're coming to the West, though, even though they're getting that English localization. It's very possible the English localization is pretty bad, and Earth Defense Force games in general tend to be pretty low budget and bad, although I thought people actually liked the polish and quality on Earth Defense Force 6. I could be thinking of a different Earth Defense Force game. There's probably quite a few of them. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has the first hands-on previews, gameplays, and screenshots if you want to check that out on Komatsu. There's a long list of videos and things here. 4K Ultra HD logos on your videos. Should you do that on your thumbnail? It's generally been accepted to have big, large text on your thumbnails for YouTube videos, and possibly even borders and branding. But yeah, I don't know if the 4K UHD logo makes the most sense to take up that much space, and how many people really need to watch a trailer even for a Final Fantasy VII game in 4K UHD. Well, in the exception of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, maybe a lot of people do want to watch that in 4K. I don't know if UHD is the appropriate term though on YouTube to use that. Why not just call it 4K in general and leave it at that? the HD and Ultra HD labels are antiquated at this point. The game Warhaven is coming to the PS5 and Xbox Series. Let's see, it's already on Steam, and we can see it's mixed reviewed, so that'll just save me some time and I can just take that off the follow list. Triggerheart Excelsia for Switch launches December 14th. I've got to actually read these headlines correctly. My Hero Ultra Rumble launches September 28th, and that's for PC, PS4, Xbox One, and Switch. It's apparently a battle royale game. Okay. It definitely feels like by the time they make video games based on these animes that the animes have already lost a lot of their fandom. Japanese people very cyclical, very fickle on what they're interested in, so by the time you make a game a year later, 2 years later, they've moved on to the next thing. And inherently, I guess My Hero as a series probably was very popular when the manga came out, and so by the time the anime came out, it was already probably a year past its peak popularity, and by the time the game comes out, it's probably 4 or 5 years past its peak popularity. A game called Sum Sum Convenience Store for Switch has been delayed to spring 2024, which this doesn't really look like convenience store cooking, because if you were to go to like a convenience store in Japan, they would have microwaves to warm things up, but they wouldn't have an open flame range and be cooking in aprons like that. Even if you were going to a restaurant, they wouldn't be visible. They always hide the cooks in the back. And weirdly, even at this, you'd basically have to be rich and have a more Western style large house to even have enough counter space to have a range that's this big. And it's missing the fish grilling tray, which almost, to my understanding, almost every kitchen and range in Japanese houses have a special fish grilling tray because they cook fish so often. So, yeah. It's a weird screenshot. Then when we actually look at the game, it's looks more like this. And it's a dating visual novel game with mature content and sexual content by the tags, although let's see what the mature content here says. General mature content, which easy to not see that coming based on the name, but you can kind of see that there's some rather tight clothing here as it's animated, to the point where they're basically nude with clothing just slightly glued on. And then there's a decent amount of skin showing here for that one. Let's see, moving on, we probably are at a point now where we're going to start getting a lot of Tokyo Game Show announcements. A rapid descent RPG called Go Hell Go, or Tsukio Toshiteko. I paused for a very long time there. For PS4, Switch, and PC. Another instance of a game really targeting only the PS4 and not the PS5. And that's something we should keep an eye out for. Certainly is how many of the games at Tokyo Game Show this year are actively going to target a PlayStation 5 release, or is PlayStation 5 support, still, wow, big fat lady here. Is PlayStation 5 support going to be extremely absent this year and potentially even future years? That would potentially also draw down when the Sony would feel comfortable enough to stop producing and supporting the PlayStation 4, which I'd really like to do that fairly quickly. This character clearly has a thing for big boobs. This animator does. Rapid Descent RPG, though I'm still not really sure what that means. That's an odd descriptor. Let's see, the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy is coming to Xbox Game Pass on September 26. It's already been available for a couple years on Steam since 2019. Overwhelmingly positive. It is a series I probably should buy and play sooner rather than later. Dragon Quest Monsters, The Dark Prince final trailer is available on Komatsu if you want to check that out. Palworld Tokyo Game Show trailer is available. Palworld, I think, is a Pokemon clone, looking at this idea. PC possibly compatible Pokemon clone. Although in all fairness, you really can't create creatures or monsters and not be at least somewhat close to a Pokemon at this point. There's so many Pokemon out there. But I would say, looking at this trailer, it does very much feel like a lot of those characters are very, very similar to Pokemon. I was watching a YouTuber talk about just how much the Pokemon lineup is broken as a system, in the case that there really is only maybe 20 or 30 out of the 1,000 Pokemon's characters that have been made that are actually viable to play with at high levels, because there are just so many other Pokemon that do it better, just mathematically. When you get into the EV points or IV points or whatever they're called, and the statistics and the amount of damage a Pokemon will do using a specific attack, and how many other Pokemon could do that same attack and do more damage, that the vast majority of Pokemon characters are garbage. At a certain level, the Pokemon game has become a gacha game from the beginning. Even the first Pokemon games were gacha games, even though that's not really what they were trying to do, and they've never adapted any kind of system to adjust for the fact that it's a gacha game and that there would be just trash captures, trash summons of characters. It's kind of crazy, for as long as Pokemon has been going, that you can't take a Pikachu that's lower level and feed it to your main Pikachu and level up your main Pikachu in some way. The closest thing they've introduced is breeding, where you can potentially take a low level Pikachu and then breed it with like a Ditto, I think is how you do it, and then that gives you a perfect level Pikachu that then you could level up to its highest stats. But yeah, I think Pokemon probably needs to embrace that idea, or they need to just reduce the amount of Pokemon characters, which it would be hard to do because somebody out there likes all the Pokemon and has a favorite of their own, and the gotta catch 'em all concept still is a sales pitch in the minds of the Pokemon company. But yeah, they really should embrace a gacha system of some sort. You probably would make it kid friendly. You'd probably say, if you release this Pokemon back to the wild, he'll come back and give you a gift to train your main Pokemon. So yeah, something like that. As far as Pal World is concerned, yeah, definitely looks like a Pokemon ripoff, and I can't really complain about a Pokemon ripoff if it works well. My bigger complaint here is that it looks like it might be really more of an asset flip first person shooter thing where you have guns for no good reason, and it very possibly is not going to be a game worth playing, which I do want at least one good Pokemon ripoff game. And so far we've yet to see one that's actually good and succeed or come out at all. Octopath Traveler is coming to the Xbox One and Series and Windows in early 2024. It's already available on Steam, so you would really just be buying it from the Windows Store, and I don't know how many people would hold out for that idea. Let's see, a fantasy adventure game, Althea, The Wrath of Aphiri, has been announced for the PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. Let's see what Steam has here. Okay. A puzzle action RPG game. Maybe not the most amount of polish visually that I would like to see, but not anywhere that terrible. Looks like it might be a little bit low polygon, but yeah, I'll put that on the follow list. Wolong Fallen Dynasty DLC Conqueror of Jiandong trailer is available on Komatsu if you want to check that out. Let's see. We already talked about Like a Dragon, Gaiden, the Man Who Erased His Name, coming to Xbox Game Pass on day one, and then Like a Dragon Ishin coming in 2023. This is a much better example of screenshots, in that you have a screenshot of the Man Who Erased His Name, and you have a screenshot of Ishin, and they've done a simple blur to merge those two together, if even assuming Gamatsu even bothered to do that. This may have just been handed to them as part of the press release. Eiyuden Chronicle 100 Heroes digital pre-orders are now available according to Gamatsu. My Lovely Empress has been announced for PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. This is a follow-up to My Lovely Daughter and My Lovely Wife. They are going to run out of females who are associated with a male protagonist at this point. Like, at a certain point you're going to have to either go My Lovely Granddaughter, or My Lovely Mother, or My Lovely Grandmother, or Granddaughter, great-granddaughter, great-grandmother. Sister, I suppose, is the one that they're skipping here. I haven't gotten around to playing My Lovely Daughter, but I would say this My Lovely Empress once again feels like a fairly far step away from what My Lovely Daughter was. So it may very well be a case that they are simply labeling everything My Lovely. My Lovely Wife also fairly different from what it seemed like My Lovely Daughter is. Yeah. It kind of comes off like they're a Chinese company, because that's why you would do something like this, or why I would assume you would do something like this, but weirdly it's not even supporting Chinese language. Let's just go here and see if what language support is here. Yes, English, Chinese, and Japanese for the first game. And I don't want to go into a big rant here, but this kind of feels like this is the Chinese government censorship in full effect here, where you had one game from a company that sold very well that's about your daughter dying and you making a alchemical homunculus to try and replace her, and then you have a follow-up where you're trying to, I guess, bring back your wife or doing some kind of alchemy magic here. It's all fantasy, it's all monsters. And then the third game seems to be straight up just a Romance of the Three Kingdoms, traditional Chinese story, Asian mythology story. Maybe not actually directly connected to Romance of the Three Kingdoms, but yeah. That is concerning, that once again the Chinese government's censorship has pushed towards what the Chinese government would describe more traditional Chinese values in their game design, when the two games before this are not that. Now, I assume this is a Chinese company. It might be a Japanese company, and they may just be doing something weird for some completely different reason, but I heavily suspect it's a Chinese company that's heard the message and received pressure to make more traditional Chinese games. Not that that's really going to help you get any sales in any way. So Komatsu describes Hotel Barcelona as a 2.5D slasher film parody action game, or parodic. I've never heard parodic as a term. Excuse me. Well, we don't have a Steam link yet. Is it actually coming to PC? It says it is. And then you have a YouTube mature, rated M for mature, well, not rated M for mature, but a YouTube age restricted video, so we won't bother to click on that. Although I imagine that video is just the exact same trailer that Video Games Chronicle had. Let's see. Inotria, the last song, has a technical showcase trailer. This is yet another game I don't recognize. So you've got a nice and shiny armored guy being shown off, and they're just showing off textures and visuals. And inherently though, if you're zooming in the camera to show off textures and things like that, then you're really just admitting that the level of detail you're making is unlikely to ever actually be seen by the player, because the player is always going to be zoomed out more so they can see the rest of the area. Overall, this looks like they are just making a Dark Souls clone, and it seems to me like there's room for improvement on the hacking and slashing and all of that, but it is also very possible that the more clunky, tight controls of Dark Souls should just be clunky and tight control, so they may not look as visually polished or smooth as they could, because they don't want the game to be that easy. And again, it's the same idea. If you're zooming into a wall and showing me textures on the wall, there's a decent chance most players would never get that close to the wall to see it in the first place. And I suppose that is an argument against things like nanite as a concept in the Unreal Engine, is that do we actually need a higher level of detail far away, which that's not really what nanite is trying to do, but it will inevitably create a slightly higher level of detail for faraway objects, when really what we would like to see is the elimination of pop-in. If you can find a way to trick the human brain so they never see pop-in, see that guy's mustache just clipped through his collar in the technical trial, you'd think you would have fixed that one way or the other. But yeah, I don't recognize this game at all. It's not on the follow list, so I did miss it. But yeah, I would by far eliminate and stop development on Nanite if you can just figure out a way to prevent pop-in. And maybe Nanite will be the solution. There's a very decent chance it will be the solution to eliminating pop-in as we know it, and maybe not introducing something new that would be a new version of pop-in. But I'd like to see that be the sales point way more than just higher resolution as you get closer to rocks to see more detail. That being said, there is some annoying aspects when you get close to a texture in a game and it is just a blurry, low-res mess. And Nanite potentially could make game textures bulletproof as we get to higher and higher resolution monitors, if we get to higher resolution monitors, because then there will be less of a reason that you need to actually remaster a game and redo the textures and have big downloads. Moving on, Blossom Tales 2, The Minotaur Prince, is coming to Xbox One and Series on October 4th. It's already on PC via the Microsoft Store and Steam, or it's coming to the Microsoft Store. This is potentially a game I just dismissed, but it's also a game I may have missed. The Famitsu sales from the 11th to the 17th has been updated, including Pikmin 4, which I guess in Pikmin 4 you can ride this dog creature, and from the looks of it, at least in this one level, you are just this one character and the dog character instead of swapping between 3 characters like in Pikmin 3 Deluxe, which is probably a smart move, really. Also kind of feels like there might be a maximum amount of currency you can collect in a level, so once you hit that maximum you may just be done, and I guess at that point you might just try to spawn more Pikmin. Sales numbers. Pikmin 4 in the top 1 point, beating out Scarlet and Violet, which lifetime wise has sold quite a bit, and Super Bomberman R2 also taking the number 2 point, which is, if anything, I think highlighting fairly low sales numbers this week, probably in part because of the Tokyo Game Show. But Kaitos 1 and 2 Remaster taking the 5th spot, One Piece Warriors Deluxe Edition for the Nintendo Switch taking the 6th spot. We get the Crew Motor Fest for the PS5 in the 17th spot, which again really highlights how dominant the Nintendo Switch is in Japan. Armored Core 5 in the 15th spot for PS4. And then more Switch games until One Piece Pirate Warriors Deluxe Edition in the 22nd spot for the PS4. And then Wand of Fortune R2 FD for Switch in the 23rd spot. This must be a very poorly advertised game because I don't recognize it at all. And then I imagine hardware sales are going to represent this, although not by much. Like if Pikmin 4 is selling 23,000 units, Switch OLED is doubling that by far. PlayStation 5 is selling more, 10,000 more units. Switch Lite is selling 9,000 units on top of that. The original Switch is selling another 9,000. The PS5 Digital Edition selling 2,700 units. And then the Xbox Series S doing kind of amazingly at 1,000 units, and the Xbox Series X doing pretty decently at 660 units. That's still nearly double of what the PS4 is selling at. And then it's still kind of silly that they're counting the new 2DS LL sales. Lifetime sales still at a point where the PlayStation 5 is not anywhere close to even the Switch OLED model, let alone doubling it, that number from 5 million to 10 million when you include the Switch Lite model, or tripling that number when you add the 20 million, nearly 20 million from the original version of the Switch. And Nintendo's about to announce a new console, which will potentially blow the PlayStation 5 out of the water, and I don't think PlayStation can afford to announce a PlayStation 6. And its PlayStation Portal announcement is laughable, so that's not going to compete. If they came out with something that was an actual console in itself that was portable, maybe they could try and compete there, but probably not. Let's see. The game Faye and the Lost in Random creators have formed Moonhood, and they're developing a dark game made from clay for console, PC, and virtual reality. This very possibly is the first clay-based animation game since Clay Fighter 64, or 63 and a third, whatever it was called. Stop motion animation using clay. Too intensive a form of animation. It's too intensive a form of animation in general when you have even a movie based off of stop motion animation or claymation. Looking at this video, this is a very expensive looking, highly artistically designed office, feeding perhaps too much into creativity, causing too creative of an idea as far as a clay-based game. Even the footage here you can see is being directed and shot and framed in a highly artistic fashion as the camera is slowly panning left and right, and it's doing a lot of jump cuts. There is a macabre audience that enjoy things like Nightmare Before Christmas that certainly will like this art style. I don't hate this art style myself, but it's certainly never going to be a mainstream game. This might be something closer to like an American McGee's Alice game. Looking at the animation there, it seems like they're making things out of clay and then they're using like an iPhone to 3D scan it, and then animate it from the 3D scan, which is probably the only way you could really pull this off and do it, is to have it start as a model and then be 3D scanned. Whereas my initial thought here is that they were going to literally pose the 3D model, the clay models, and then take one picture per every single pose and animation. But it definitely seems like what they're really doing is they're starting with the model and then they're stretching and digitally moving the character in the digital form factor, which it's an interesting thought, certainly, and an interesting attempt, probably too ambitious, probably not going to pay off for them. Inherently there is just a lot of optimization when doing things digitally that makes everything a lot easier. In a lot of ways I feel like this is almost the exact opposite of Marvel Snap, where I don't feel like Marvel Snap's art really had an artistic vision, or that they put a lot of effort into it. Here we have a game that definitely has an artistic vision and is probably going to put way too much effort into it. And notably, the contrast between Marvel Snap and this game is large, in that Marvel Snap is targeting as many people as possible, as many Marvel fans as possible, whereas this game is very much going to be a cult hit at best. The game everywhere has a reveal trailer, closed alpha test signups available. I'm not 100% sure what everywhere is supposed to be. Kind of feels like it's an attempt at like a Roblox clone, if I was to guess. See if this trailer helps us. Yeah, we're already going very late, and me watching trailers is definitely part of that. Of course, I also have increasingly not figured out what time it is, so guess it's about mid-afternoon, early evening, as I'm streaming. Yeah, as far as I could have told, like, this could have been 10 p.m. I'm waking up and sleeping so much these days and just don't have a clue. Yeah, well, everything does look like it's just a lot of random stuff, a lot of things that potentially the player can program. It definitely feels like it's trying to be half Fortnite as far as targeting an older age demographic, and then half Roblox. I do think there is potentially a chance here to make a Roblox, I don't even know what the name of the game is. It's Roblox. The currency is called Robux. I could see making a Roblox clone that has less scammers, less manipulation, less of a ridiculous monetization concept where they're having kids make the game for them for a company script style Robux that you can cash out, but if you cash it out, it's at an incredibly low level. And then Roblox encouraging kids to make games in their platform so they can profit off of their work. Moving on, Dragon's Dogma 2 gameplay deep dive video is available. Details and screenshots are also available if you want to check that out on Gamatsu. I think I can safely skip this one though. We'll almost certainly see more announcements. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy launches January 25th, 2024. Special contents have been detailed. See, and I guess the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy is somehow different. Maybe it's games 4, 5, and 6 instead of games 1, 2, and 3 of the Ace Attorney series. Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Dual Destinies, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. So this might not even be 3 games in a row. This might be a hand-picked version of Ace Attorney games. So I feel like I'd have to do more research here just to make sure that they aren't selling multiple Ace Attorney trilogies that might have some overlap. Let's see. A Monster Hunter series 20th anniversary website is launched. I wouldn't be surprised if at some point on that website they announce the next Monster Hunter game, because there's undoubtedly going to be a next Monster Hunter game. The Dark Pictures anthology Little Hope is coming to the Switch on October 5th. Company of Heroes collection launches October 12th to Nintendo eShop for the Switch. The Legend of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel 3 and 4 are coming to the PS5 in 2024, early 2024, which, yeah, I'm pretty sure these games have already come to the PS4. Or maybe even the PC. I feel like these games have already come out. Otherwise, it's very weird to have a new launch with both version 3 and version 4 of a series. Yeah, both titles are currently available for the PS4, Switch, and PC via Steam. Which, yeah, that does imply to me that maybe in early 2024 we might start to see the beginning of games moving to the PlayStation 5 and the beginning of a drop of support for PS4 from Sony. Although I wouldn't be surprised if it's actually a year or two from then, 25, 26, before the PS4 gets fully dropped. In fact, the PS4 may not be fully dropped until they announce and release a PS6. Legend of Heroes Trails Through Daybreak is coming to the West in the summer of 2024 for the PS4 and PS5, Switch, and PC. So, another Legend of the Heroes game. Does this actually look any different as potentially a side game? I don't think it does. I think this is pretty much the same level of art style from the other Legends of Heroes RPG games. So I'll leave it at that. Paradox Interactive and C-Prompt Games, that's an interesting name for a company, I've never heard of it, have announced a turn-based strategy game called Millennia for PC. C-Prompt doesn't really mean that much these days, but we still, I guess, do have C-Prompts on Windows PCs. Almost done with the Komatsu articles today. Sonic Superstars Battle Mode gameplay details and screenshots are available on Komatsu if you want to check that out. Sonic Superstars is due out on the October 17th. Notice somebody had a copy and paste error, I would say, here, and they just pasted the text twice. Somebody, I assume being the editor of Komatsu, since it, to my understanding, is literally one person, who runs the whole website. Tom Clancy The Division 3 has been announced. We covered that. Tales of the Shire was announced. I'll be interested in seeing more of that. It'd be weird now that we have both a clay animation game to also see a prop game, live action prop based Lord of the Rings game. But it probably isn't much overlap there. Lord of the Rings fans probably not that interested in a clay animation Nightmare Before Christmas style looking game. We already talked about Kirby and the Amazing Mirror being added September 29th to Nintendo Switch Online. A side-scrolling action platformer called Konoru Dimension Girl for PC launches in April. Let's see what Steam has to show us for this. It's kind of a tough sell. Those screenshots don't look amazing. whatever. Oh, pretty much will make a YouTube short on anything that bothers to have a press release, so I'm trying to stay fairly consistent within that realm. DNF Duel DLC character Battle Mage has been announced. Which DNF Duel, let's see what the reviews on this are. Mixed overall. Not getting a lot of fan response that they would like, I'm sure. Helldivers 2 digital pre-orders are now available if you want to grab that. Let's see. Have we made a YouTube short around Helldivers 2? Seemingly not. Otherwise it would be on the follow list. Honkai Impact 3rd Part 2 has been announced, which I assume this is a smartphone game. Well, it also seems to have PC version. There's Honkai Impact, and then there's something called Honkai Rail, I think, also. In the last 30 days, you're 69% positive. Overall, 71% positive for what is effectively a nicely visually polished mobile game. I think I'll make a YouTube clip on this, even if I run the risk of making duplicate clips. It wouldn't be that big of a deal, particularly since there's a new update coming. A game called Small Land Survive the Wilds launches December 7th for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. Let's see what Steam has for this one. It's already on the follow list. Kind of a tough sale just because of the antennas and the insects, but I could see playing a game like this once it's out of early access. It very well could be like a fairy game, which the idea of fairy games, I guess, exists more than actual fairy games worth playing, or even that many actual fairy games that exist. Then that brings us to the GameDeveloper.com articles, which we'll probably burn through fairly quickly. We had already talked about Glenn Schofield leaving Striking Distance. We already talked about Valve's calendar and Embracer Group opening to divesting studios. Valheim has apparently crafted 12 million more copies, which I guess this may be one Embracer Group subsidiary that's actually doing fairly well, although that I haven't really been paying attention to that. I haven't heard that Valheim really even exists. I don't even know what kind of game it is. Ubisoft has tapped Julian Gertie as executive producer for the Division franchise. Gertie had been a long-term Ubisoft employee and will oversee the Division's franchise, including the third mainline installment. Ubisoft effectively just moving people around, which we have been seeing a lot of that, where people have been coming and going at Ubisoft, but Ubisoft inherently hasn't just been pulling an Embracer and laying off entire groups of people. The bubble is almost certainly burst at this point as far as video game companies, and now we're going to have to start seeing video game companies actually make games and sell games instead of just trying to acquire other companies or grow. We already talked about Embracer saying it spends more money on platforms than game development, which, yeah, my response is still they should just spend more money on game development. And then big news with not really that much details, the CMA provisionally approving Microsoft's restructured Activision Blizzard deal. And then we talked about Virtuous opening a Tokyo studio. So then that brings us to the fall list cleanup. And let's see, we've got one game here from Don't Nod Studio that's coming out in 2025. What does Don't Nod also make? Well, they have a game called Twin Mirror and Harmony Fall of the Reverie. But I feel like Don't Nod made something else. Hide Ignored Games. Let's see. Next we have a fighting game that's very positive from 2016. I guess if I wanted to get into more niche, what looks like mostly girl fighting games, you would say yes to this. I am not even at step one. I don't think I've even bought more than a couple fighting games, let alone taking the step to playing and covering a fighting game, let alone going down the deep well that is fighting games. There's quite a lot of them, particularly if you're just not covering the newest version of the newest Street Fighter and King of Fighters and things like that. Let's see. Poison, Opposite Colors. Guess I'll give more time to that. Kogarashi is mixed, so that can leave the fall list. This game, do I want to give it more time? I guess I will. Koa and the Five Pirates of Mara is very positive, so we can go ahead and put that on the wish list. I'm pretty much not checking anymore if these are early access. It probably doesn't matter. It's just more efficient, I imagine, to just put it on the wish list and check when I'm buying the game versus checking when it's on the follow list. Here we have Knock on the Coffin, which looks like a vampire card game that's very positive, so maybe a little bit of Dark Souls, or not Dark Souls, but Darkest Dungeon elements. So maybe there would be a little bit more room to research before I bought it, to make sure I'm not just playing something that's like Darkest Dungeon. I don't think that's what this is. It says it's a roguelike deck builder, and Darkest Dungeon is not that. Knights of the Tiny Table from 2021. Looks like it's a maybe too simplistic dice game. At a certain point, it's probably similar to something like Yahtzee, where you're rolling dice to place characters in certain points. I don't want to antagonize over it, so I'm just going to leave this on the fall list and consider it later. Whereas Knights of Legends is mostly negative, so that can go away easily. Knights of Honor, Sovereignty. Obviously we're going through things starting with K. I think we could probably say no to this too. This is just not my style of game, even though it is mostly positive. And overall it's 75% positive, so I could make an argument to saying no just because it's on the edge also, if I needed that kind of justification. And then I can definitely say no to this just because it's not relevant, doesn't have 30 reviews, and isn't that interesting looking in the first place. And so that's going to bring us to all the new games on Steam. And yeah, we are still trying to figure out if there's any impact at all to the Tokyo Game Show and the games being announced this week on Steam. In particular, I'm always keeping an eye out on the adult section, and so far this week we really haven't seen anything that feels like a Japanese or a Japanese style adult game, and we really haven't even seen that many Japanese style games that aren't adult games. So let's hop into it. Very quickly we'll try and burn through what is going to be mostly garbage. It always is. A liquid physics simulator here. You can see taking these ideas and making an actual game around it, but they haven't done that, so that's got to be a no. Empire Chronicles. Think we can say no to that. Dropkick Navy. I don't think there's anything there. Wolf West. Yeah, I don't think there's quite enough here either. Although the art style might be something. You have a wolf riding a horse here, and feels kind of like a furry game, but the actual platforming doesn't look polished enough. Cell bugs, looks like nothing. Rolling ball, looks like nothing. Alright, so we have our first adult game called Isekai Genkin Hero, and it is a colorful 2D demon character I'm seeing in the first screenshot. And yeah, I think it might be a idle game, although it's kind of hard to tell. Rock, paper, scissors game is what they're describing it as. Yeah, it literally is a rock, paper, scissors game, which it's kind of crazy that there aren't more rock, paper, scissors games and simple games like that in adult content. So you get to a boss character and you're given what looks like a ridiculous amount of HP on the boss that you have to defeat, and then there's a bunch of 2D sex scenes of different creatures, fox girls, demon lady. It still does have a little bit of an air of being a Western game trying to do an anime style than more than it being in a Japanese game naturally doing an anime style. Isekai Genkin Hero is $8.99. It supports in full audio traditional Chinese, simplified Chinese, and Japanese, and then in subtitles in interface it supports English and Korean. Let's say it doesn't look particularly terrible. I was watching my video from the last stream, and yeah, I'm always a little concerned that the blurring is just not good enough. But you know, YouTube's never really complained. For $8.99, maybe it's a little expensive for an adult game, but honestly, no. If anything, we should have better quality adult games that are better quality adult games that are a little bit more expensive. This Healer prologue, I feel like Healer is already on my follow list. Nope, it isn't. Alright, well, I'll put Healer on the follow list and ignore the prologue. And then that brings us to another adult game called Pacifist Kunoichi Kikyo. This one, though, looks like it is a very zoomed out 8-bit RPG game with just some visual novel zoom ins of the characters. And honestly, it feels like it's at a weird ratio as far as screen ratio, like a square 1:1 ratio or 4:3 ratio with black bars on the side. This game is selling for $4.79 and it says it supports English, Japanese, and Chinese. And yeah, I would say I don't think there's anything really here that would make me think it is worth its price. Next we have a game called Life is Not Auto, which I'm not sure if I want to say yes and put this on the fall list because of the name, or if there might actually be a game here. I'll be generous and say yes. Next we have a game called Seedlings, which I kind of like the art style enough to give it a chance. This really realistic flowery forest floor art design. Next we have a jigsaw puzzle game showing off food, which I don't think I need to make YouTube shorts around jigsaw puzzle games. I think there's definitely probably a point where I need to go back and just like figure out how many of my YouTube shorts just get no videos whatsoever and see if maybe there is a need for higher curation. Although if I curate, then I'm not informing as many people theoretically. Raids Incorporated here is probably nothing, but I'll give it a chance. I'm already curating. The question is, how much curation is too much curation for me to personally bear? Because when I say curate, I also in my mind hear censorship, because it's pretty much the same thing. It's one person deciding what other people get to see. Rainbow High Runaway Rush. Let's move forward. Card Collector and Card Girls is an awful RPG Maker game, obviously. Then we have Hot and Lovely Uniform, which is tagged hentai, mature sexual content, but weirdly not in the adult section, and instead has the free adult patch. And there's just this ridiculous inconsistency here. And honestly, I would prefer to get rid of the adult section and have everything have an adult patch, but there clearly are some games where that just would not make sense at all, because there's just no game there without the adult content. So then you have to circle back around and say, well, then get rid of the adult patches and free DLC and instead make the games, all games that have adult content, and by adult we mean sex and nudity, be in the adult section, and then we try to make the adult section more accessible and more advertised and well known. As for what this game really is, it's a bunch of screenshots of anime girls and then a match 3 game to unlock more screenshots of the anime girls and less clothing, particularly if you put in the adult patch. But even at that, that's not a game really worth playing. It's still about 10,000 miles better than something like this, Brain Quiz, which is just, I can't even make graphics style of low effort game design. And inherently, if you can't make graphics, then you're also saying you can't convince somebody to work with you who can make graphics, which means you aren't qualified to make a game and put it on a commercial storefront like Steam. You have one of these Chinese adult games, this one called Lost Girl. It's just the asset flip character. $4.99 English and Chinese. No adult patch for this one at all. Alright, now we are into another adult section game called Sensory Deprivation Pitfall. You can experiment women in a sensory deprivation pit, enjoy a safe and fun simulation. Okay. That's kind of a unique fantasy. You have these women with a prisoner outfit top and being bottomless and stuck in kind of this hole, and then tentacles, and it seems like you are literally controlling the tentacles with knobs and dials. Seems like you can shock the ladies too. So actually quite a lot of controls in the corners here of each of the screenshots. What's funny here is this feels like this is a weird twist on something like Co-op, where you're having awkward controls and having to figure it out, and because of that weird twist it feels like there's an actual game here. Sensory Deprivation Pitfall is $11.99. It says it supports 28 languages, the main ones being English, French, Italian, German, Spanish. Now I guess in general, if the idea of a girl being stuck in a hole and then being helpless isn't a fetish you're interested in, this isn't going to be a game that interests you. The sensory deprivation part on that actually is pretty poor. It's a bad title because there's not a single time here where it seems like the girl is being blindfolded or her hearing is being restricted in any way, let alone the idea of a sensory deprivation pit having you float on water so you're not feeling or smelling anything either, or tasting anything. I'm gonna put this one on the fault list. I'd like to see people's response to this game. Well, not that there ever is a lot of responses to adult content games. And we have a VR boxing game, trying to probably do name confusion with the robot boxing movie Real Steel by calling it Real Boxing Steel Champions. Visually there's just not enough polish here to say yes to that. Next we have a game called Homebound. The sensory deprivation adult game, by the way, was more of a Western art style again, but 2D. We've seen almost exclusively 2D adult games so far today, and quite a few. Shrink Assault here doesn't look interesting. I imagine Evil Snowman is going to be a no. This is about the right time though to put out a Christmas game, if you were going to make a Christmas game, if you want to call Evil Snowman 2 a Christmas game. Once again, we have a game not in the adult section. Sorry, I went quiet there. Just trying to see if this is, with its screenshots, YouTube family friendly. Yeah, we'll risk it. So, once again, you have a game not in the adult section, still having the mature NSFW nudity tags though, and then there's an adult patch to uncensor things. And yeah, the actual game here is seemingly a tower defense on rails defense game that is completely disconnected with the pictures. So if anything, it seems like we're just increasingly seeing not particularly high quality adult games today. Next we have one that says it's literally free, and it is. Wow, an adult game in the adult section for free. Match It Sexy : free. I assume is probably a... No, it says this is a free version of the full game. It says it's a match 3 game. It's 3D CGI characters and all the screenshots. There's one dark-skinned lady working out in a gym and pool and beach themes. There's not a single screenshot, however, as far as the match 3 section. There's 3 characters in the entire game, I guess. See, this is a game that definitely needs to be on the fall list just because I want to see what a free game, what kind of reception a free game gets. Particularly in the adult section. Like, next we have Futanari Girlfriends, which Futanari means hermaphrodite / dick girl, 3D CGI girls. You know, Futanaris going at each other pretty hardcore in every screenshot. This is one of those body dysmorphia hermaphrodite fetishes that either you're into it or you aren't. It's selling for a fairly low price of $2.69, although free beats that by far. Says it has full audio for all 130 languages. I doubt it. I doubt there's much of a game here at all for Futanari Girlfriends. Next we have Bobsled. I guess there is probably room for a bobsledding game. I'm not sure this is it. I'm gonna put this on the fall list but not make a YouTube short on it just to see if people respond to it. Next we have a game called The Bunny Graveyard, which might be something, so I'll give it a chance. Then we have Werewolf Pinball, which again might be something, so I'll give it a chance. And then we have Woodland Town, which is probably just a asset flip. There is something to be said though of like a walking simulator, which by the way I was going to click on walking simulators. Let's go ahead and just open that here since I played Dear Esther Landmark Edition recently. But yeah, compared to Dear Esther Landmark Edition, there's something to be said about asset flipping something that's a lot more bright and colorful and cartoony and having a player walk around in that area. As far as Steam's tags for walking simulators, here you have SCP Secret Files and Killer Frequency for the complex found footage. All of these having the tags of walking simulators, but most of these not actually being walking simulators by any means. Stanley Parable is kind of close to a walking simulator, but it really isn't. There's actually very few of these. Death Stranding is more of a transversal simulator than a walking simulator because you have vehicles and there's a lot more going on. Life is Strange 2 being tagged as a walking simulator. Particularly any game that people aren't very happy with is going to get tagged as a walking simulator by a small group of people. And then any game that is somewhat popular is going to be highlighted on Steam's page as a walking simulator. Baby Steps may literally be an actual walking simulator when it comes out. But yeah, the thing here is that the walking simulator in particular as a tag being able to be placed by users has made the tag system on Steam incredibly useless. because the right answer as far as clicking on the tag walking simulator probably is to list about 20 games exclusively, things that have no other tags really other than walking simulator, because a game with fishing is not a walking simulator in my book. A horror game that has survival horrors and puzzles is not a walking simulator. Let's see. Looks like we have maybe a beat 'em up game. Almost might be like a point and click adventure game. It says it's a 2D fighter, and so that's, I guess, what it is. Although I would like to see this first game, if this is number 2 in the series. Where is number 2? Let's see. See if Trinity Team has a first game. Bud and Spencer Slappin' Beans 1. Yep. Yeah, we have a game here that is very positive, so I'm gonna go ahead and put this on the wish list, something I overlooked from 2017, which is very understandable that I would have overlooked it, and then I'll make a YouTube short on the sequel and put the sequel on the follow list. Next, we have 3D Chess Online. We have a Ukraine Simulator 1991, which is probably some kind of political troll game, and even if it isn't, it doesn't look interesting. Weirdly, they're kind of labeling all of Russia as Ukraine in that thumbnail, if I was looking at the map correctly. Human multiplayer game. Doesn't look like anything of interest. Hypnotal. I'm gonna say probably no to this. Yeah, just say no to that. Yeah, another Backrooms game which we can easily dismiss. Divine Shot. Probably dismiss this one too, yeah. It does seem like we may really just have hit a point where we really should just assume that the anime styles of kawaii in adult games, or in particularly like moe as an anime style, is just not going to be allowed at all going forward, and that there is some level of censorship that has either been enforced enough that the Japanese game developers have stopped making games in those styles, or those styles have stopped becoming popular. We haven't really seen a lot of announcements of games in those styles. But yeah, more and more as we do see the adult games, if they are bright and colorful, they are done in a very more Western style, less of an anime style. Yeah. It's not clearly a full ban, because you can have a visual novel game in that style like this. It just seemingly can't have too much mature content. And certainly some of this almost is the case that the Japanese are just being too frank or too honest in their mature content descriptions, and that they just need to straight up lie to Valve, and maybe Valve actually would be fairly happy if they did just lie. Now this is interesting. This visual novel here is part 2, and then this one is part 1 for free. So part 3 I would have expected to be right there, but isn't. So maybe part 3 isn't out yet. So part 1 is effectively a intro to the story. First taste is free type idea for a visual novel, which isn't the worst idea, but it does limit how you would write your stories a bit. Steam doesn't have free time demos. It would be hard to implement that with the 2 hours no questions asked refund policy, and it's easier certainly just to have all games have a 2 hours no questions asked refund policy than it is to introduce time demos. But there is definitely a situation where maybe a free visual novel time demo or first chapter free prologues would make sense. However, prologues as they've been implemented have really just flooded the Steam marketplace with a lot of games that I don't think are worth existing and perhaps should just be filtered out. If I could make my macro filter out games with prologue in the name, I probably would do that. Anyways, so that's the end of the show. It's been another rather long one. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to support me further, there's a link down below in the description box. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.